Hello there. How you guys doing? Hope you're having a good Wednesday so far. Um, yeah, for me it's been well, it was a long stream yesterday. So it feels like it has not been too long since my last stream, which it really hasn't. It was like a 8.5-ish hour stream. Yeah, no door background today, it's a forest. Um, yeah. I didn't want to yet again flip the kind of Victorian-y London background. I mean, I could have flipped it upside down, I guess, but there's only so many times you can mirror an image and have it look interesting. So, anyway, um, yeah, we'll see how this game is going to go, because, I mean, it seems like it's a bit longer than the previous one. So I'm intrigued. I don't know if it's going to be any better. So far the getting it to run and capture has been a lot easier, so that's been nice. My only complaint so far is true. True, the first game was not the last door, because in the last episode of the first game it goes, yeah, this will continue on last door 2. Uh anyway. Um Yeah, I think music is going to be fine based on the first game. Music was actually quite nice in the first one. So that's gonna be neat. Um, anyway. Yeah, so my only complaint with the game so far, that I haven't actually played the game, um, is that when you start up the game through Steam, which is, I bought them a while ago, so I already had them for a while. Anyway, when you start the game up through Steam, you get the like configuration thing, and yeah, starting up the configuration thing makes my computer go to like maybe 5 frames a second, or in some cases more like 5 seconds per frame. So it seems to use a lot of resources to like open up the configuration menu. Not to start the actual game, just for the configuration part. So I'm not quite sure how that happens. Uh, so I have the configuration menu open already, because if I opened it while streaming, it would probably try and crash OBS, or at least like go down to a very silly frame rate for OBS. So I'm hoping that the game won't crash today, because otherwise we get to see just how bad that's going to affect OBS. So, yeah, that's the only complaint so far, as I mentioned. I mean, it looks interesting. It definitely seems like there's going to be, well, more masks involved, because the main logo of the game is a mask that kind of reminds me of the Scream painting. It's just, you know, more of a golden color and looks more sad. So, anyway, yeah, I don't know anything about the game. I've heard it's a bit longer. I've heard some people like it less. But, like, I don't know anything, like, concrete about the game. Like, it's a sequel to the first one. So, I'm practically an expert. Oh, and it was released in 2016. So, yeah, anyway. I'm interested, because I definitely liked the first game. It had some nice graphics. And overall it was just a pretty nice game. I definitely liked the Raven animation of the intro. That one was quite fancy. I'm a bit jealous of that animation specifically. I have not really figured out how to animate birds yet. I'm like, maybe one day I'll figure it out how to do pixel art birds. But at this point, yeah, I don't quite know how to manage that sort of magic. So I'm hoping we'll get even fancier bird animations in this one. I don't know. And other than that, I did enjoy the first game storyline-wise. I am curious if this game is going to shed any more light on, you know, what's actually happening. Because, if I remember right, at the end of the last game, all we got is that the main character kind of disappeared, and that his therapist wasn't able to find him. So, I don't know what to do with that information. So, let's just start the game and find out, I guess. There we go. Don't mind that glitch. I was moving around the window, so that's why the audio was glitching out. So that's not on the game. Yeah, we'll see. Would have been nice to have those candles animated, because those flames look fancy. So I think they didn't have 6 members in the group, did they? I thought they had like 5 total. Oh well. Options. Let's see, did they manage to do all the options for dyslexia-friendly fonts this time? They did! Wow! Because in the previous game, the windowed mode part was not changing for that. Which I just thought it was funny. But, yeah. Like, when you think you, like, took care of everything, but you forgot that one thing that's, like, right in your face. Yeah. Now, let's just start the game. Previously on the last door. No. Don't click the skip button. Jeremiah DeWitt, alerted by the suicide and mysterious letter of his friend Anthony Beechworth, went in search for the memories of his past that he had lost. DeWitt discovered that in school he had taken part in a strange experiment. Its goal was to peek through the veil, the thin line between common reality and the world of horror and madness that lies beyond, under the watch of the Eye of the Bird. It's very bird-themed overall. During his search, he was inoculated with the drug that they had used back then. The serum made DeWitt's mind travel for a few hours to the dreamlike realm of the Veil. There he met his old classmate, Alexandre Dupre. I think that's how I pronounced his name last time. Who urged DeWitt to join his cause and cross with him to the realm of the bird. When DeWitt woke up from his trance, he found himself deeply convinced by his friend's words. He travelled to Dupre's house, where he discovered his friend had dosed himself with a new serum, leaving a catatonic body behind. And also, somehow his household staff disappeared. I think. Or did they die? Either way, somehow all these houses ended up just being filled with no living person or a catatonic living person. This new drug was capable of transporting the mind permanently to the Veil and beyond. Oh, also in the previous game, we fed a dying crow to a cat. Or some other monster. So, I wonder how dark this game is going to be, because the previous one was pretty dark, definitely. Finally, DeWitt found a vial of the serum and had it injected. He met his friend again in the Veil, and together they walked through the lost door, entering a world forbidden to human eyes. A world of Yellow fog. Yeah, it's quite yellow. Dwight's therapist, Dr. John Wakefield, worried his patient's disappearance and strange visions. Worried by his patient's disappearances. Disappearance and strange visions. It's gonna be a lot of reading. I better get my brain warmed up for this. So, Dr. Wakefield had sought the help of his colleague, Professor Johann Kaufmann, an expert in the occult. Forgot about how German of a colleague the other guy was. Searching Anthony Beechworth's house, Wakefield and Kaufman found a disturbing returned letter in which Anthony had tried to warn Alexandre Dupre of what could happen if the door was opened. He feared something from the other side might then come to ours. They are coming. Nice circle. Looks pretty even. Not sure I could draw that even of a circle on the floor. None of us could prepare for this. I think we're boarding up the windows. Nice. Too much light anyway. The visions screaming were merely a warning. I have no clue who she is. And now it's too late. Oh, that's the door. Maybe it's at the boarding school, yeah. I just don't recognize... I guess that was a pun. But I don't recognize the room, I don't recognize the persons, I'm not entirely sure who this is. They are coming. There we go. Time for the intro. Let's see. Do they have a fancier bird animation? No, a door. I mean... fitting. A grandfather clock. The same theme song as in the previous one. I like the candle animation. It's cute. Some portraits. Ooh, nice curtain animation. There we go. Finally a raven. Ah, fancy. But yeah, it always feels very fancy, this game. Like, for a modern pixel art game, it has decent production quality. I'm not saying pixel art games have bad production quality, they just... a lot of them tend to be done by very small teams. And in some cases, people who don't have a huge amount of experience with pixel art yet, since there's kind of, like... well, it's becoming more popular again, but for quite some time it wasn't popular. So... but I totally get why a lot of indie devs go for it. Pixel art is a lot easier than other types of art. So, in my experience. Last night, I had the nightmare again, but this time, it was different. This time, he talked to me. Okay. It was the same unknown street, void of any sound and life. I mean, it's nice. I walked aimlessly, as if I were lost. Maybe I am lost. But it's not just pixel art, this game. Like, if you look at the lamps, for example. So, it is a mixture of, like, old and new in terms of techniques. Then I could hear it. The broken tromping on the wet cobblestones. The familiar sound of approaching, limping footsteps. Who's limping over here? Yeah. Okay. Then, as before, he stood in front of me, gazing unrelentlessly, like he was expecting something. This time he spoke. Give me back what he took. Nothing else. Give me back what he took. Okay. No, I've fallen asleep again. What time is it? Daytime. Dawn already? It is time. Is it now? Time for what? Time to go for a carriage ride? It was several months since Kaufman and I had found that mysterious letter in Anthony Beechworth's house. A letter never sent, with a cryptic warning of what would happen if a certain door were opened. It bore only the name of the addressee, Alexandre Dupre. We felt sure Dupre was key to finding my patient and my friend, Jeremiah DeWitt, who had disappeared in such strange circumstances. Also, not so sure about the patient and friend at the same time situation. That sounds complicated. Anyway, troubled by the death of his friend Anthony, DeWitt had visited the school of his childhood and had never been seen again. Kaufman soon conveyed to me his deep concerns and warned I should conduct any investigations with the utmost discretion. He pursued his own research, though his thoughts and methods remained a secret. I'm guessing he's also using drugs. In his last letter, he requested that I visit East Hill Lunatic Asylum in London. There were reasons to believe that Alexandre had been institutionalized here for many years. I was asked to confirm this hypothesis and, if proven correct, to gather whatever other information might arise. So it seems like in this game we might be playing as the therapist. Well, it's not that I never watch movies. I rarely watch movies. Like, maybe I'll watch another spooky movie this October. Last year I watched, what's it called? Silence of the Lambs? Yeah, I watched that one for the first time. So, you know, maybe eventually I'll get to watching more stuff. I just rarely go out looking for movies to watch, you know? So, let's go to East Hill. Season 2, Episode 1, The Playwright. So, this is East Hill Lunatic Asylum. I hope I can find information on Alexandre Dupre here. What's this person saying? Sea monster found in St. Ives. News on the case of dead ambassador. Canada elects new prime minister. Anything else? Bye, bye, bye. Something, something. I didn't catch the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss the latest town news. I don't think it's that important, so. Let's look at this sign. East Hill Lunatic Asylum. It feels a bit mean to, you know, even say Lunatic Asylum on the sign, but alright. This is the box that we put the people we deem insane in. And then not look in the box for a couple of years. So... yeah, I do know that it's, like, portraying, well, a past, like, time, I guess. Like, it is portraying a time in history. I totally get that. Just saying it seems kind of mean still. So. What can you tell me about this building? Asylum. Never been inside. Hope I never will. It's full of crazies, you know? Have you ever seen anything unusual around here? No, but maybe if you bought a newspaper? Good morning. I would like to buy a newspaper. Yes, sir. 6 pence. I'm afraid I don't have 6 pence. Can you make change for a shilling? I'm sorry, I can't. But you know where to find me when you have the coins. Fine. See ya. Goodbye, sir. Well, just saying the word lunatic, I feel like that was never a nice word. I feel like the stuff that changed isn't so much the what the word means, but the making nicer words for the same thing. If you get what I'm saying, like, it just kind of feels like for some words, people just always had words that were basically also insults at the same time. Because that's just how those people were viewed. And yeah, that means that those words maybe aren't the best ones to keep on using. Yeah, of course, insults are subjective, but, like, it just feels like certain words, like, how they were used by the majority of society was derogative. Or derogatory, that's the word. So, it's just, like, I kind of get how society has tried to move away from those words. So. Let's talk to this person. Good morning. Ah, yes, a lovely morning. Sunlight of a quite fascinating character. Beg your pardon? The light, it makes everything look different. You see, light touches things, soaks into them, and changes their nature. Makes them shimmer or makes them die. Do you live here in the hospital? I do indeed. My family's a generous benefactor to East Hill. They had me committed, but I don't blame them. They're just incapable of appreciating my art, or any art. For that matter, or any art for that matter. They mistake it for insanity. Plenty of people who, well, have a different mindset than the average person, but, you know, this person doesn't seem like they need to be in an asylum. Like, we all see the world differently. So, what are you drawing? I'm not just drawing, my friend. I'm trying to feel the light, to translate its power to the surface of the paper. Those animals don't like it. But they don't want me to succeed, so they take them away. They take my drawings, they study them, and they laugh, because my eyes can see the light, and theirs are blind. Fine, it is starting to sound more concerning. But someday everyone will understand. Because before he was just sounding very, like, you know, seeing the world from a different perspective. But, Yeah, he's starting to sound a bit, maybe paranoid? Who are they? The ones who take your art away? There. Ah, those foolish caretakers. They hide behind a big mirror, where they think themselves safe. They look at me, they observe me, they even take notes. I mean, that sounds normal enough. Would you happen to know where your drawings are? I suspect they're somewhere in the archive, since I've seen confiscated items taken there before. You seem different from the rest. Can I trust you? I've been trying to sneak in for days now, but Miss Riswell keeps a tight guard on the door. I even stole a key from one of those guards. You're a doctor. Surely you can gain entry. If you could recover my drawings, I would be so grateful. Here, take the key with you. Alright, so now we have the key to figure out what he's been drawing. I do wonder what he's been drawing, because the description of, like, nobody wanting him to succeed and, like, I've got a feeling he might be connected to, you know, the supernatural occurrences that, well, just keep on happening wherever you go. Do you know a man named Alexandre Dupre? My name is Dr. Wakefield. I'm looking for a man who lived here some time ago. Would you happen to know him? The name does not ring a bell. I've not been here long, though. You should ask the other patients. They may be able to help you. Some have been here for many years. Or you could ask one of the others, the brutes who keep us here. I guess he means the caretakers. Alright, I'll go. Have a nice day. What's on the bench? A few cardboard sheets line the bench. Each shows a perfectly symmetric design in black ink. Is it the same design? Over and over again? Or is it different designs? Please do not touch them. I'll just assume it's different designs for his benefit. Because if it's different designs, that seems perfectly legitimate, but if it's the same design over and over that he's been drawing for, like, maybe a year or so. Well, the large door is made of strong metal. It must lead to a secure ward of the hospital. Can I open it? Hello? It's locked shut. Can't open it. Can I try again? Still locked. Alright, can I use the key on it? Nope. Can I climb the rain pipe? Or the tree? What's the sign? Inmate quarters. So, if he's allowed to come out here to draw, how is he supposed to come back in? Okay. There. Good morning, madam. My name is Dr. Wakefield. I'm a psychiatrist. Okay, now I'll try to remember his actual profession. Oh my, good morning. Forgive my manners. I get so excited when we have visitors. We don't get many these days, and certainly we are lacking experts like you. What do you mean lacking experts? Every year we get less funding from the Crown. First the doctors started to leave, then it was the caretakers, now very few remain. But we have a responsibility to our patients, do we not? We must care for them. They cannot be out living with the proper people. As I was saying, it's not just about, like, the term on the outside. It's the... Well, we can't have these people mixing with the proper folk. Anyway, we must keep ourselves safe. And our patients, too. Of course. I'm looking for a man who used to be a patient here a few years ago. His name is Alexandre Dupre. Did you perchance ever meet him? Dupre, yes. He was one with a foreign name. There was one with a foreign name. I remember something of him. A good man, if I recall correctly. An educated man. But there was something strange about him, wasn't there? I believe it scared some of the other patients. You never know with this lot. I'm sorry that I can't remember much. There have been so many people here, it's hard to keep track. Have you worked here for long? Yes, a long time. I can scarcely remember how many years. Time goes slowly in there. And in the isolation, or in here. But she is at the gate, so anyway. In here, and the isolation. The rules don't allow us to leave. I don't know what is happening in the world anymore, but we have our duty, do we not? Who else will care for our patients? Okay, so they're just in here 24/7. That sounds tough. May I request access to the Institute's archives? There should be some information there about the man I'm looking for. Mr. Dupre. I'm sorry, Doctor, but the archives are private. We must not allow anyone to access them without the proper authority. Many of our patients come from good families, you see. We take great care to respect their privacy. But do not look so crestfallen. You would not find much in any case. It's a long time since they have been organised. Oh, that's good. So they're just archive stuff, also known as just throw it in the storage room and never look at it again. I'm pretty sure a lot of us have, like, archive-themed drawers. Where you never know what you might find in there. This must be the recreational wing, where patients relax and pass the time. Perhaps here I can find someone who met Alexandre while he was institutionalized. Marble bust of here. That's going to be my pronunciation of that. Greek goddess of physical and mental health. Okay. There's a painting over there. The warm decoration of this room suggests a great deal of sensitivity to the patient's moral needs. Okay, so their needs are portrait of this person. Yeah, I morally need a portrait of this specific person on the wall. Hello, how are you doing today? And maybe some plates. Yeah, those are very important. A variety of old-fashioned landscapes that portray nature as tame and welcoming. I prefer the types of landscapes of, like, violent thunderstorm. Those are more dramatic. So, a man wearing a worn-out military uniform, lost in God knows what thoughts. Let's snap him out of it. Excuse me, sir. Cannot help but notice your uniform. Are you in the army? Leave me alone. You do not want to talk to cowards such as myself. Okay. I'll go talk to someone else then. Good morning, madam. My name's Wakefield. I'm looking for a former patient of this institution. The rumbling. She doesn't seem to have noticed me. Madame, if I may persist, have you been living here for long? The rumbling. I'm looking for a patient at this hospital. You may have met him. An eyeless gaze. Looking for Alexandre? Oh. That she responded to. Well. What a strong reaction upon hearing Mr. Dupre's name. She must have at least met him. How can I get her to talk to me? Good morning. I am a psychiatrist, Dr. Wakefield. Just walking into this place, the door was open. Quite an impressive institution you have here. Can I ask for your assistance? I'm looking for a former patient of this institution. His name is Dupre. Sorry, sir. Never heard that name before. Okay. Maybe one of your senior colleagues could know something about this former patient? Well, you could ask Miss Riswell in the entrance hall. She's been here for years, maybe for too long. You know, we caretakers live here with the patients, and we are not allowed to leave the asylum's premises. This life can get to you if you don't take proper care. It tries to keep as much distance as possible from the lunatics. It doesn't seem very healthy to have to live in your workplace, especially when it's a somewhat, like, isolating type of environment. Like, imagine if teachers all had to live at the school, and school never had a vacation. That sounds like a kind of... well, it just sounds like you wouldn't really get proper sleep, ever. Like, you don't get any time off. Just kind of sounds like a punishment. I mean, sure, you get, like, free food and, like, a place to stay, but it just sounds like not the greatest place to spend a couple of years. So, there are not many patients for an asylum of this size. Well, apart from those in the isolation ward, it is true that there are not many patients at present, but there are even fewer of us caretakers now. There are only 3 for the whole hospital. For what I've been told, in the old times, the income was enough to provide for everything we needed. A complete staff, proper accommodation for the patients, and the best doctors. But as the newer, bigger regional asylums were built, the Crown's support was gradually withdrawn from East Hill. Soon everyone started leaving, and this is what remains. Yeah, it just kind of seems like a prison for the staff as well. Because I'm pretty sure actual prison guards, like, if you, like, live nearby, you'd be able to return home, from what I know. So, it just seems very extreme for them to not be allowed to leave despite living in the city. Like, the asylum is in the city. They should just have enough staff so that people can take time off. And, you know, not go stir crazy. Because, like, we all know how difficult it is to not even be allowed to leave your home for a while. Now imagine having a bunch of roommates who you did not pick. So, it just sounds like that's not gonna be good for you. And, like, they maybe also don't really get much privacy, because, I mean, they might have, like, bedrooms. Yeah, true. But this is a lot of roommates. But, yeah. Well, as someone who likes to stay, well, indoors, like, there is that. But then there's the, like, being forced into, like, a crowded indoor environment. And this seems more on the crowded side, less on the, like, cozy side. So, I'd say there, I'd have problems with not leaving. So, I'll leave you to your work. Okay, that's a mirror. That is a very big mirror. So I'm guessing... Yeah, an usually large mirror. So they're on the other side. And that's why it's creaking. A glass jar full of transparent liquids that may or may not be water. There's a coin resting at the bottom. Give me the coin. Yes, my coin. Okay. Looks like a therapy log. Edward Rowan, acute dementia. Yeah. Good example of, like, if you're living with, like, a bunch of people who have progressive issues, it's not gonna be very uplifting to basically just, you know, watch them get worse and worse, no matter how much you do, and not being allowed to leave, and have friends on the outside. That sounds very rough. Edward Rowan. So, I'm guessing 27 is the age? Which, that is very young for dementia. Anyway, September 25th, 1891. Mr. Rowan's condition has degenerated since the last session. He is restless, as if the morphine had no effect on him. Oh, right. Ye olden times. For the last week, he has been obsessive, troubled for reasons unknown. Patient's dosage has been doubled to no effect. Dr. Wendell has been attacked and bitten in the face. 4 men were needed to subdue the patient, Mr. Rowan. Ah. 3 markings were found on his body upon examination. Self-harm is a possible cause. Mr. Rowan is getting better day by day, both physically and mentally. Did they stop giving him morphine or something? No, he bit someone else in the face. But I'm guessing his physical condition was bad as well? I'm not sure how bad it would be with their medical treatment. So, his habits have changed considerably. He now shows an interest in religion and spends his time murmuring prayers about... albeit? I've never had to pronounce that word. Anyway, one's unknown to my colleagues and me. Well, got a feeling that maybe that guy has joined a certain, well, not quite cult, but albeit. Okay. Yeah, I've never had to pronounce that word. I've read it so many times, but, like, yeah. No, that's the same one. Yeah. Fine, it's all just one log. Do they just have one patient in this room? I mean, it is strange to think about what sort of stuff they were knocking people out with. But, you know, that's, I guess, the nice thing that, like, our understanding has improved since then. So, you know, there's been progress. Sorry, sir, the archives are off limits. Well, this is season 2, so... Season 1 didn't have Blastor. Yes, yes, you have to have patience. Nice one. Can I go elsewhere? Huh. Interesting. So I'll be traveling around from, like, place to place. That sounds fun. Because in the previous one, you were, like, locked into one area. And this one's gonna be more like, for example, the King's Quest games, where you, like, are able to roam around in a bigger area. You unlock them, like, one place at a time, but still. So what coin is that, actually? 6 pence. Ah. A newspaper, please. 6 pence, sir. I have a coin. Here. Thank you, sir. Okay, can I ask about the asylum now? I have my newspaper. So about the asylum. Alright. You know, there are always voices coming from the place at night. Crying, singing. As I was saying, sounds like the workers would get really horrible sleep there. So I feel bad for them not being allowed to leave ever. Anyway. Crying, singing, and the inhabitants cursing like damned souls. That's the usual. This night was different. It was all silent, I tell you. Not a single noise in the whole street. I looked at the madhouse and saw all of the windows black. No lights. Everybody asleep in that place? Now that's strange. Then I heard it. Was a scream. A stream like no other. Was a scream like no other I've ever heard. Not a man or woman, but of a devil from hell. Oh, that is very curious indeed. Thank you for telling me. Sure. Thanks. Alright. So, everyone was sleeping for once. Or they were all scared of whatever made the sound. So... Our work here takes a great deal of discipline, Dr. Wakefield, as I'm sure you appreciate. It's rewarding in itself, but oh, I do wish I had something to occupy my mind more, to help me pass the time. How that would ease my burden. I shall not bother you then. Have an idea. She said she doesn't know anything about the outside world. Here. Reading material. Which they presumably never get. Why, thank you kindly. How thoughtful you are. My goodness, how quickly things change in the outside world. That they do. Don't mind me. Okay, that was too easy. This is the hospital archive, where a record of each patient must be stored. If Mr. Dupre was really committed at East Hill, his file should be here somewhere. I mean, I'm guessing he was committed here. It's been a long time since this desk was last used. It's covered in discarded papers and pens, and a noticeable layer of dust. I mean, sounds a bit like my desk. It's also covered in papers and pens. And some dust. But I do use it. So, it's not dusty in all the places. But it is kind of difficult to dust. Let's see. All the dates of this cabinet are prior to 1870. I'm looking for a more recent file. This cabinet contains many documents detailing the treatment of patients, ranging from 2 decades ago to last year. That sounds... Yep. This file is right here. Dupre, Alexandria, room 108A. Well, it's not that the dust particles are heavy, it's just dusting around all the devices. It's just, like... For example, the monitor stands. One of my monitors has, like a tripod-like construction at the bottom. And, like, I kind of need to lift up the monitor a bit to properly dust under the parts where the tripod thing meets the desk. So, stuff like that. It's just kind of, well, it requires a lot of juggling of expensive stuff to dust it. To dust it, like, thoroughly. So, I don't do it as much as I should. Anyway, all the files are missing. It is as if they had been torn out. Only a little bit of piece of paper remains with an address written on it. Paul Street, 26. Could that be where Alexandre Dupre lived before he was committed to this hospital? Paul Street. I should follow this new lead and see if it takes me somewhere useful. Okay. There's Paul Street. Yeah, I guess using canned air or something like that would possibly help. Never tried it before. It just seems kind of like... If there was a way to, like, as far as I know, you have to buy those cans individually, and you just empty them and then throw them away. I'd like the more of a leaf blower version of that. Just, you know, smaller, but, yeah. Because I feel like with my keyboard and everything else, I've got plenty of uses for that. Or maybe a teeny tiny vacuum cleaner that's, like, ant-sized. I mean, sure there would be a use for that. A reverse vacuum. Yeah, something like that. The drawers are all locked. So... Can I use the key here? Nope. Any drawings? Since I was kind of looking for those. Well. Thank you for the sub. But yeah, this is quite a modern game for, well, my standards. Not super modern in terms of how fast the gaming industry works nowadays. I mean, how fast stuff moves nowadays. It feels like a game that was released, like, last year is already, like, old and abandoned in most cases, so. That's locked as well. I need a key to open it. Is it this key? Aha! Some personal effects, probably sent in by the patients' families, but deemed unsafe by the caretakers. One of them is a stack of thick sheets of paper, carelessly bound together, bearing the drawings and paintings of a troubled mind. I'll take that. Can I look at them? Watercolor paintings and drawings of different subjects. A tree, a vase with flowers, something that could be a portrait, but the colors are dispersed, shapes broken. Decomposed and mixed with a whirl of bright flecks. Yeah, exactly. So it feels very, well, like there are a lot of games that are like in the in-between category of not retro yet, but like they've been abandoned. So. Well, I mean, there are people who eat spiders. I am not among them. At least not on purpose. So, I can't say I've never accidentally eaten a spider, but also can't say I've never accidentally eaten a worm. Yeah, it feels like they release games before they're ready, and then eventually patch them after everyone has already lost interest. Just feels like that's the wrong order. A gummy worm? Definitely eating a gummy worm. Yeah. Here, are these your drawings? Great wonder, they're back! Someday they will understand light and shape as I understand them. Thank you, friend. If you want, take these cardboard sheets. Thanks to you, I have no more need for them. Okay. A few folded cardboard sheets, each one with a large, symmetric patch of black ink in the middle. I've heard of this technique, but always thought it an eccentricity. Patients are supposed to see the deeper causes of their ailment. Right. Those things. This is the first card. Second card. Shapes look organic. They do. Almost like insects. Eh. This one not as much as the other ones. Well, would say this could be a face. Agreed. Does look a bit face-like. I mean, we could look through them again. So yeah, the first one is like a very strange butterfly. That's a beetle that lost 2 legs. Or just has very short ones as the middle pair. And that's like, I don't know, a fly, but with like fangs? I'm confused. But yeah, this one, no. Yeah, it just feels like maybe there should be fewer games, but better games? You know? It just kind of feels like they're trying to pump out as many games as possible, but not really put in the effort to end up having the game be popular and have it sell well. So, it's like trying to, like, use, like, maybe 10% of the amount of spices you're supposed to use for a recipe and then spreading it over 10 dishes that all don't really taste right. So, it just... why though? It just seems like, enjoyment-wise, that's not gonna make much sense. So... because, like, throwing out more games that aren't actually good quality just feels like that would not leave your company with a very good reputation. But maybe that's just me. I'm no business person. Yeah, maybe it's more profitable to release 10 mediocre games as opposed to, like, 2 higher quality games. So. Number 26. This is the place I was looking for, but the door is bricked up. Must find another way to get in. Why would they brick up the door? That's silly. The windows are so thoroughly cemented over that it almost mixes with the facade. so that they turn this building into something else. Wall Street, enter this corner. Okay. Number 24. Looking for door number 26. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe this is just one apartment now. Maybe they made it bigger. And that's why they bricked up all the doors and windows. Because they combined it. The ruins of an old chapel, apparently destroyed by the fire. The fire. A mess of wooden planks and the remains of benches and chairs. Very green benches and chairs. Oh. Of course there's a raven. What? What? Excuse me, what? So Blizzard made a PC that's cooled with human blood. Why? How? I mean, sure, it can be vampire themed, but like... I feel like sometimes marketing crosses the line just a tiny bit. I mean, sure, but like... You can say it, like, is supposed to look like blood. You can make it the viscosity of the color, but why actually use blood? And specifically human blood? Like, at that point, you're just doing it for the kicks of it. So, yeah. The wooden cross remains almost intact. But yeah. Some companies make weird stuff. Yeah, I'm just saying, it just seems very, like... like it's beyond gimmicky at that point. So, it just seems like it's at the line where it crosses from gimmicky into just mistake territory. So. But yeah. Like, in general, I don't entirely trust liquid cooling, just based on my own experiences. So, doing that with blood, just no. So, yeah. Improvised altar covered in candles. There's someone on their knees praying. Their faces covered by a hood. A hole in the wall. It's too dark to see what's on the other side. I mean, why not a PC cooled with, like, the tears shed by all the developers who, like, had a good idea and then... well, look how the game ended up. But I guess that wouldn't be as good for marketing. Take the candle. With this candle, I might light my way through the dark. Hole needs to... next door. Yes. There we go. Now I can do that. I still haven't played Diablo 3. But most of what I know about Diablo 4 is that it Comes with microtransactions. Yay! I definitely didn't miss those in Diablo 1 and 2. This must be the interior of the bricked-up building I saw on the street. Mr. Dupre's former residence. Yeah, exactly. As I was saying earlier, it just feels like games are being abandoned so fast. Like, I'm quite happy to spend my money on older games and indie games, because in my experience, those are more worth the money than some of the AAA games I've spent money on and then still haven't played because they just weren't that great. So, yeah. A military medal. There's a... Is it called relief? Also another word I've never had to pronounce. Of Her Majesty the Queen and several pieces of metal engraved with the names of battles unknown to me. Well, yeah, of course there are, like, a lot of different indie devs. So, you can't just say that, like, all indie games are perfect. But it just feels like AAA games... A lot of the companies are not really making the greatest content lately. So, I'll take this with me. Maybe it'll mean something to one of Alexandra's fellow patients in the hospital. There we go. A piece of paper on the table. Yeah, I mean, like... I guess City Skylines is a AAA game, kind of. At least partially. Like, not as much as, like, SimCity would be, but... the new one just came out, and apparently came out too early. And it seems like it's gonna be abandoned by the time it's patched, so... It's just a bit of a letdown. I mean, I'm not even sure if I'm, like, meeting the minimum requirements, because apparently the minimum requirements of that game are quite insane. So, yeah. Anyway, the paper shows some seemingly random letters. Seems half of it is missing. Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to that game release, but can't say I've even bought it yet, because I'm gonna wait. But that's just me. But yeah. It does say silly with a C and 2 I's and 2 L's. I'm not sure what language that is so far. It might be Latin, but like I don't recognize the specific word, so can't say for sure. It's been a while since I had Latin. A large metal safe. Looks like the safe is working fine. I should give it a try. Ah. I need to know the combination. Of course I do. It could be dates. True. True. That looks like Roman numerals. So, not Latin. Just numbers. But yeah. I can't say I watch that channel much, no. Yeah, we're talking about City Skylines. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what the other CS2 is, but... It sounds like it's not gonna be in my usual ballpark of games, so not surprised that I don't know about it. Like, first-person shooters... Counter-Strike! Ah, right. Right, Counter-Strike exists. Never played any Counter-Strike game, or I don't think I've ever watched any Counter-Strike game. So, yeah. First-person shooters, especially if, like, it's like a 3D, like, first-person perspective type game, and it's fast-paced. It doesn't have to have guns involved, but, like, games that fit in that category already tend to cause some pretty major motion sickness for me, so yeah, I tend not to be knowledgeable about those. So I can't even watch them, that's what I'm saying. The door is bricked up. Well, I'm saying it doesn't have to be a first-person shooter. I'm saying a lot of first-person type games can cause issues for me. Playing in third person is way easier on me. A few books remain on the shelf, mostly doubtful treatises? Treaties? I am confused by that word. Well, mostly books in chemistry and alchemy. Among the titles are Trimethius's The Lapide Philosophico, Geber's... there's books on there. Anonymous Work, and Ludwig Prin's Mysteries of the Worm. I like that one. So, interesting books. Yeah, I want the book on Mysteries of the Worm. I like that one. Give me that one. So, a worn military medal. The engraved text reads, "For distinguished conduct in the field." Plus there's an engraving with the words Victoria Regina et Imperatrix. There are also numbers of metal pieces with the names of a number of metal pieces. Dang it. I'm looking for a combination for the safe. So I just saw the word number and went, yay! No. A number of metal pieces with the names of battles. Blaine's Neck. I have absolutely no idea how to pronounce that. Schuenschugt? Doubt that's anywhere close. And Majuba Hill. That's quite the name. Fireplace. Something among the ashes. Okay. It's a piece of paper. It looks like some kind of message, but there's only half there. The paper has been carefully burnt. Can I combine it with the other paper? Not that carefully burnt. Swing shoot? Okay. But yeah, it does seem like numbers. Gonna have to translate those. I have not worked with Roman numerals all that much, so probably gonna use the old Google trick. Because, yeah, this doesn't seem like words. It seems not like numbers, so this is strange. I've put both halves together, but some letters seem to be missing from the right half. The message doesn't seem to make any kind of sense. Okay, so C is 100, L is 50, M is 1,000. Okay. And yeah, I is 1, V is 5. So let's see if I can manage to figure out the first one. Like, I'll take notes. Let's see. I'll just find a place in my notebook. Yeah. So we've got I equals 1, V equals 5. Yes. Definitely have to do homework. Let's see. Roman numerals. X is 10. L is 50. C is 100. D is 500. M is 1000. Alright. Okay. So, we've got... I'll just switch over here. So we've got V, I, D, I, C, L, L, M, L, I, V, I, D, V, M, C, I, L, L, I. Alright. So, let's see. How does this work? So with this, like... So, I mean, that's 100. I'll do the easy ones first. Wait. Wouldn't LL be 100 as well? Wouldn't it? And that's 1,000. Like, how does that work? Yes, Roman numerals. So, like... Yeah, I know the order matters. But, like, wouldn't LL be the same as C? It just seems like a strange choice, considering they also use C right before that. So... L... Oh, we've got LL again. Okay, so... I'm guessing if... You probably work from... Yeah, I think it would be adding it up, because... when you have... like... I and I, you don't go 1 times 1, because that would not make 2. So, as far as I know, you should be adding it up. Because otherwise that wouldn't really work. So, yeah. But yeah, let's figure it out properly. So, yeah, I haven't really had to decode bigger numbers before. So, I think this would be... Wait, why would you add 1 and then... So this would be subtracting 6. This would be adding 1. So... Like, would that be 495? That's like... Yeah, exactly. So, it's not normal Roman numerals, so I'll have to decode it no matter what. And I'll try my best. So... Like... Let's see, what's the biggest number here? M. Now, I'm assuming we're not dealing with negative numbers. No subtractions? So just adding it all up. Well, what kind of word is just two L's? Or just a C? Or just an M? It feels like Roman numerals, and we are looking for the combination to a safe. So, we could also just try adding it all up. Which would be... that's... 6, 7... Sorry, 507. So, like, this is the trying to go with, like, the proper, like, using Roman numerals even though they didn't. And the bottom line is going to be just adding it all up like it's a receipt. Alright. Maybe that's gonna do something. Who knows? I mean, it's gonna be easier. So that would be 50, 51, 56, 57, 557, 562, 1,562, if I got that right. Silly's a place, okay? Yeah. Just saying it's, like, there's something strange going on here. So, and this would be 101, 202, there. And, like, now let's try and decode this. So I'm thinking that we'd start with the largest number. So this would be 100 plus 1. Yeah, so that would be 202 as well. Or, no. So that would be... Wait. So the LL, like, that has to be adding it up. Presumably. But, like... It could be a name, true. Yeah, I'm just trying to do this the Roman numeral way. I don't know if it's gonna be true. We'll see. I'm just trying. That's the point. I'm not just looking up a solution. So, anyway. Like, would this not mean 49 and this 51, which would be 200? If I'm not mistaken. Which is definitely a silly way to write 200, if that's what they meant. And here, 1,000 is the biggest. So, let's see. Like, this is just a mess. So, presumably... Well, I'm gonna try and, like, indicate what I'm doing here. So, like, for this one, like, basically, this is a number, this is a number, as in, this number minus this number is what I went with. It's not how math would ruin. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying. I'm trying. That's my point. But how I interpreted this one is this is a number, this is a number, this is a number. So, like, I haven't had to deal with Roman numerals all that much. But, like, the order they're in just seems odd to me. If you get what I mean. Like, true, that could be a word. Yeah, true. That could also be an interpretation. Like, I don't know. It could be, yeah, 101 plus 50 plus 51, which would be 202. So, I already have that one in there as well. Like, I don't know. But yeah, like having the V right next to the M, like, makes it feel like the D is a separate number from the M. So the V either refers to the D or the M. I don't know. Like, maybe it's just M minus all of that. Like, these are some pretty complex numbers, and needlessly complex. But another one is, if we look at this, we've got 6 highlighted and 5 highlighted. Maybe the combination is just 6, 5. Gotta try that. Because that sounds like more of, like, yeah. So is it 6, 5? Let's see. 6, 5. No. There. Let's... I can't show my mouse cursor, I think. No. Like, if you look at the top line, the V and the I are orange, and if you look at the bottom line, just the one V is orange, but nothing else. Seems kind of weird that that one's just burned right in the middle, like, yeah. But yeah, I'm confused. And how do you even use one of these? Wouldn't you just go to the first number and then the next number? I don't know. Yes, half of it was in the fire, the other half wasn't. No, it doesn't have 0. True, it could be 515. True that. I'm too, like, thinking about Roman numerals now. So, 5, 1, 5. I'll try it again. There, reset it. 5, 1, 5. Like, how would I enter it? Like, is there a button I can press? Like, can't press the middle of it, so, don't know. But yeah, it's not giving hints, it's like, we're trying to figure this out together. Don't just look up the solution, but like, if you want to try it and have a guess, feel free to do so. So, yeah. If you just know the solution because you've seen it before, then that's different. We do have some books around, yeah. But we can't seem to look at them. So, I don't feel like those are gonna tell us much. So, philosophy... something about truth? I'm not sure. Philosophy again? And mysteries of the worm. I still want to know the mysteries of the worm. Man in a high-ranking uniform. He's missing an arm. Okay. What about this? Can't tell who's depicted in the portrait since it's so badly damaged. It seems someone crushed it into the floor. So, like, I've never actually used one of these types of number locks before. It just seems like they're not that common over here. So. True. True. Good idea. Uh-huh. There we go. Very good idea. Yeah, so it's a specific type of ink, I guess. The heat from the candle has revealed a set of letters painted with invisible ink. Yeah. So we've got 6, 1, 4, 5. Oh, wait. I've seen dead eyelid move? Okay. Fine, so... yeah, it was Latin. It's fine. We were trying. It's fine. It's a smart idea. So, yeah, it's invisible ink. I haven't really thought of, like, heat-activated invisible ink stuff. So, yeah, 6, 1, 4, 5. Let's try that. No, whoopsies. Did it wrong. How do I reset it? Let's just put it back to 1, I guess. Six. 1. 4. So... okay, so now I'd have to go to 5 all the way around. Ah, there we go. It is empty. Wait. This is not a safe, but an entrance to a passage. It's completely dark. The only way to know where it leads is by crawling in. But I think those blocks just aren't as common over here. What is that? chairs forming a circle, as if the hideout served as some sort of meeting place. Mathematical formula written fast and carelessly. Some of these symbols I've never seen before. But yeah, it was indeed not Roman numerals, it was just Latin. Yeah, for me, my school locker just had a lock on it. Like, you were supposed to just get your own padlock. And that was that. So, yeah, I've just never had any lock that had that type of, like, number lock system. Like, I had a combination lock on, like, other locks, but, like, yeah, just a number lock that works like that? Just, no. Like, the combination padlocks, I've had those, but not the ones where you just have the one spinny thing in the middle, like that safe had. So, those just seem very... Well, I've only ever seen them in, like, US media, so... Haven't really seen them for sale, even. So, some of the symbols I've never seen before. Okay. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean much. She's not, like, a mathematician by trade, so... Oh. Well. There's someone sitting here wearing a horrible mask and a yellow robe. He's not moving. It seems we do not appreciate the fashion choice. Well, I guess there's nobody sitting here. It is only yellow robe. There's no body inside at all. What is the meaning of this? I'll just take that mask. Maybe also take the robe? No? Okay. Footsteps. Oh, voice acting. Hello. Do you want the mask? No, not gonna... The machine stopped. List of numbers. Looks like some kind of calendar or timetable. I don't think I can wear the mask. I'll just leave. I've got my mask. La-di-da. Nothing to see here. Oh, it was the person from outside. Maybe the person was feeling lonely outside. There, let's go back to the asylum. It definitely feels more complex with, like, the different locations and stuff. But I like it so far. Oh, right. Military medal. This medal. I had one just like this. Good after the battles of Laing's Neck and Majuba Hill in 1881. A decade ago now. Right. For distinguished conduct in the field, it said. What a farce. So, you in the army, as I thought. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Wakefield. Sergeant William Conghill, Her Majesty's 6th Light Infantry. Are you another one of those alienists? You doctors... Do you doctors not realise that cowardice cannot be cured by your arts? Why are they keeping you here? The doctors say I suffer from a nervous disorder. I believe this is a term for when they themselves, with all their learning, do not know what to say. But I know the true name of my sickness. It is pure cowardice. I'm looking for a former patient at this hospital. You may have met him. His name is Alexandre. Yes, I did know a man by that name. We met briefly. He was here when I arrived. Yeah, does he just have one arm? I'm not sure if it's been mentioned. What do you know about him? He was a proper lad, educated, listened closely to the stories of the other inmates, but kept his own to himself. We talked a lot. He was very close to Miss Conhay, too. So I think that's the other lady. I think they got here at the same time, but when he left, he did so alone. I wonder what has become of him since. Who is this Miss Conhay? She's a patient here. The lady with a tempestuous character. You may have encountered her already. She has not been the same since Mr. Dupree left, you know. She always sits to the side, alone and silent. I doubt you could talk to her at all, even if you tried. She sees things, or at least she thinks she does. What do you talk about, Mr. Dupree and you? We talked about my time in the south of Africa. I don't like to talk about that, but he somehow made me want to. He was persuasive. He was very interested in one specific story, almost obsessive about it. He wanted to know every little detail. Well, could you tell me that story? I'm trying to find a patient of mine who has gone missing. This could be my only hope of finding him. I don't like to relive those memories. A missing patient, you say? Alright. Maybe my story will be of some use then. It happened during the Battle of Majuba Hill. I'm sure you've heard of it. In March of 81. The attack of the Boer army had taken us by surprise, and our regiment was forced to split up. We quickly found ourselves alone, just a few men lost on the barren plain. But I don't want to bore you. The Boer War? Like, anyway. Yeah, so many place names. No clue how to pronounce them. So, yeah. No, sir, you certainly aren't. Please continue. Oh, cutscene. As I said, we were few, and we were sure the enemy was lurking out there. In the cold air of dusk, a thick fog formed quickly, masking everything around us. We could barely see each other. But yeah, I don't really know about that part of history, so... Yeah. But we had surprisingly little time to discuss certain things in history class. The fog was getting thicker. Like, maybe it's just me, but like, somehow history class, like, spent a lot of time on certain time frames. Like, I feel like I spent more time learning about, like, the the, like, French monarchy than I did about more recent history. You can still hear their footsteps for a while, then nothing. The text speed is quite fast here. I felt something in there, not far. A murmur or a beating, something alive. Why is it going so fast? But yeah, I had history class for years and years. I'm just saying that, like, it kind of worked, like, covering everything twice. So, like, going from, like, well, whatever, I think the start was, like, you know, evolution, Stone Age, blah blah. So, like, starting with that twice, and then, like, going slowly towards, like, the, like, maybe, like, Victorian times-ish. And then speeding through the rest in, like, maybe one lesson, and then starting all over again. It's like, what? It just feels like the parts that they focus on, weird. I mean, to be fair, we did cover, like, the World Wars quite a bit, but not just in history class. So, it was very confusing. I hope stuff has improved since then, because I feel like history was a bit lacking in that department. All of a sudden, my feet felt something in the mud body. Okay. I mean, I kind of see a body. Yeah, I'm not saying we learned everything during those periods, because we didn't. We learned very specific stuff. Twice. So. Yeah, of course history is big, it's just I don't agree with the parts that they focus so much on. Like, I feel like learning when exactly a certain French monarch was alive. The mist cleared out. No, then the mist cleared out. Like, needing to learn dates by heart just never really appealed to me, and I also never really understood, like, the purpose of it. So, yeah. But yes, like, the French Revolution, like, how much, like, how relevant is that going to be to my everyday life? Not very. Just feels like some more recent history would have been more relevant. But covering the French Revolution twice, sure, why not? And not covering recent history at all. Okay, so it was misty, and there were bodies in the mist. Okay. What had happened? I never knew for certain. I didn't see anything. Or, if I did, my mind refused to bear such memories. Actually, can we change text speed? I don't think we can. Also, effects volume is really low for some reason. Okay. There. Yeah, of course the French Revolution had some effects, but I just feel like the last, like, 60 years or so just were barely covered. Like, if I remember right, we basically ended World War II with history class. And you might be able to tell I was not born in the 1950s. So, there was other history that had already happened. That was considered, like, important. But we didn't cover it, ever. So, who knows what happened then? I don't. What happened to Captain Skid? Well, he finally regained consciousness. It was like someone else looked out at us through his eyes. I guess whatever happened affected him, changed him. And now he came back to London. Mr. Dupre asked me of his whereabouts. Maybe he tried to contact him. To hear the rest of the story, I was quite preoccupied by it. Do you know where I can find Captain Skid? Last I heard from the fellow veterans, he had lost himself to a frenzy of alcohol, opium, and bad company. Especially the bad company. The other substances. But bad company. His downward spiral led him, as many others, to wretched Nadir, a dirty hole deep in St. Giles' rookery, known as the Crimson Nest. Mayhap you'll find him there, alive even, if you're lucky. Here, this is a picture of our regiment. You can see him there. Yeah, I'll totally be able to recognize him now. I don't know which pixel. One of them. The square one, probably. Okay. Miss Conway is very upset. Please do not distress her further. What a strong reaction upon hearing her name. Oh, upon hearing his name. She must have at least met him. How can I get her to talk to me? Mask? Well, that's a bit strong. Is this the isolation ward for you this time? The face of the playwright, the face of the playwright, the face of the playwright. Okay then. I'm having some issues with the text speed. It just feels like in the cutscenes it speeds up a lot. Can I use the candle on the glass? No. Yeah, it seemed she really liked the mask and she wanted the mask. She liked it so much that she wanted to strangle me to get it. That poor woman. I must have taken her to the isolation ward. Okay. She doesn't care if I walk into the archives now. Alright. I can burn the ink blots, sure. Nope. Doesn't work. Oh, I left the door open. Light. It floods the world with shades. I mean, it does. Kind of. I mean, without light, there is no shadow, because there's just darkness. Okay. Seems a bit overgrown. Hello, my name is Wakefield. The butterfly is not what it seems. Excuse me, but what butterfly? There's more after the scarab. Okay. Is this the butterfly you talked about? It displays its wonderful colors, fills your eyes with awe. But this is only a show. Behind the veil, its body crawls on the dirty ground, hides in the darkness, and transforms another of its lies. So what would this be? Its dark body creaks and rustles with blind movements. Slowly, step by step, it gets closer and closer. What about this one? It will come, whatever you do. It will cry out loud, looking at you from everywhere at the same time. What about this one? Him. His mask. My mate from the other room used to scream at night. Always told us he could feel something under his bed. A presence, an eyeless gaze. You mean like this? No? Okay. Hmm. But yeah, for game recommendations, it definitely helps to have them on the Discord, because otherwise, like, I'll try to take notes, or I'll try to remember it, and eventually I'd never end up putting it on the poll because I forgot. So, even for when, like, my mods recommend games, I kind of have to put them on the Discord, because otherwise there's like a 85% chance that I'll forget completely that they ever even mentioned anything. So yeah, it's nothing personal. I just, like, it's the only way I can keep them organized, seemingly. So an old pendant on the dresser. It looks valuable. I'll just steal that. Pretty sure I just saw an insect flying here. That's good. Who knows, I might be eaten alive by mosquitoes once again. Is that a face? I feel like that's a silhouette of a person. An expensive looking piece of furniture. There's nothing on it. Alright, thank you. But yeah, it's just like, with a lot of games, like with this one, it's kind of difficult to tab out. So, yeah. Mirror covered in dust. I wonder what things it has seen in this room. Like, a lot of things that I note down, like, for myself to remember, I forget where I noted them down, because I've got too many places that I started noting things down. So, like, for example, having several notepads and then you never look at them. Yeah. I'm a bit chaotic as a person. Not gonna lie. But it kind of works out, you know. But you know, when I forget stuff that I write down for myself, I don't feel as bad as if I forget something that someone else wanted me to remember. So, yeah. Alright, either one of the mods will be able to get you an invite during the stream, or I'll make sure you get one after the stream. Okay. Bunch of bricks. Either the construction is recent or not yet finished. They were in a hurry to seal this room. Huh. The door was closed for good with bricks, like they were pretending it never existed. They didn't even try to disguise it. But yeah, like, currently, notepad, piece of paper with notes, and the notepad that I actually use for streaming. But that's just on my desk, and I try and keep my desk fairly clear of notes. So, it always ends up being a bit of a mess. And, like, I also note stuff down on my phone, and... yeah. The door is shut and locked. There's no way to open it. What about this pendant? An old tarnished silver pendant. Yeah, at least they're not, like, on individual pieces of paper, except for that one individual piece of paper. And the individual pieces of paper that tend to fall out of my notepads. Forget what I said. On the floor, mainly cables. I'm not that great at cable management either. But most of the cables are connected on at least one side. Not all of them are connected on both sides. So yes, I can definitely give off the impression of being super organized, but... well... oh, on the floor in game, that was bricks. But yeah, like, over the years, so many people have told me that I seem really organized. And I'd say, like, the reason I seem so organized is because if I'm, like, if I don't try and keep a certain level of organization, then I won't even know where my glasses went. Because, like, if there's too many things laying around, yeah, I won't be able to find anything. So, I do try and put things away, but it doesn't mean I'm not chaotic. Because I definitely am. Oh, wrong one. Yes, they're currently on my head. True that. But my point is, like, if I don't have a specific spot that I put my glasses in, I'll just end up losing them. And that would be very bad, because finding your glasses without your glasses is a lot more difficult when you really, really, really need your glasses to see. So, yeah. Yeah, for me it's not really forgetfulness, it's just chaos. So, it's not really that I forget where I put it, I just don't really pay attention to where I put it in the first place. Like how I misplace my phone several times a day. Anyway. This is the slum of St. Giles. The Crimson Nest shouldn't be far. Yes, it's difficult to drink without glasses. But yeah, the few times that I have misplaced my glasses, it is very difficult to find them. I think at least one of the times I used my phone, like the camera function of my phone, to look around, because my eyesight is bad. So if you have black frames on your glasses, and you put them on a dark surface, they're invisible to me. So, super useful. I think at least one time I managed to find my sunglasses, which are also optical, and then use those. Like, misplacing your glasses when you really need your glasses is definitely quite debilitating. Would not recommend. Yeah. The lumping sound. Right. We saw this earlier. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of have have another pair of glasses, my previous one, but, like, you know, that one's not necessarily easier to find than the pair I just misplaced, so... yeah. This man. He looks like the man from my nightmares. He's blind in one eye. The empty socket glistens in the lamplight. He seems to want something from me. In my dream, the man had said, "Give me back what he took." Yeah, of course the saying is a bit strange, but it also makes sense, as in, like, it being in the place you least expected it, not in the place you most expected it. For me, a lot of the time, it is in the place I most expected it. I just, like, for example, like, it was just, like, under a thing that I didn't expect it to be under, but it's still in the same place. So, yeah. Like, let's say I have a book on my desk, and I go, oh, my phone is supposed to be on my desk, it's under the book. I just hadn't used my phone since opening the book. So, that sort of thing. So, I did read this already, didn't I? It's the man. Looks like the man from my nightmares. He's blind in one eye. The empty socket glistens in the lamplight. He seems to want something from me. In my dream, the man said, give me back what he took. What did he take? The pendant? He's still staring into my eyes. The pendant does not seem to interest him. Give me back what he took. Mask? He looks at the mask for a second, only to stare at me again. Give me back what he took. Photograph? Doesn't look at the picture. I doubt it has ever been his. Give me back what he took. Well, I don't know what you want. A candle? No. He doesn't want a candle. See ya. I mean, he is missing a leg. And an eye. I hope it's not going to be either of those. Because, I don't know who he is, so... But what's that pendant all about? It's tarnished and old. But why do I have it? Is the chanting lady still there? I wonder. Awesome, thank you. Okay. She laughed. What's that? The text is completely smudged. I can't read it. Good morning. How you doing today? The creaking of the machine has stopped. Yep. That it has. As in, you are sick? Did I put the mask back? No. Yeah, I can relate. I had a bit of a headache this morning as well. As in, earlier this morning. I do feel better now. And it's noon. But you know, morning is a mindset. True. True. I didn't check under any beds. Hmm. It was 28 degrees and you were shivering. Yeah, that's strange. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, retro community, it's a small world. I was quite surprised how many retro streamers ended up going to TwitchCon in Vegas. I mean, it's quite expensive to fly all the way over there for me. So, it didn't go this year, but maybe one year I'll be able to go. I'll just have to save up for it. Because, yeah. Flying all the way across the ocean to another continent. Yeah. Could this be the room of the patient's mate who was afraid of a presence under his bed? I mean, I thought the... Oh. Fine. I thought the locket, or the pendant, kind of made it seem like it was a different patient, but... Maybe it was just a bunch of different patients that shared that specific room over the years. Doubt anyone has slept in this place for a long time. Well, time for me to sleep on that bed. Oh. One of the tiles is loose. I cannot get it out with my bare hands. It's too heavy. Okay. Try again. No, still too heavy. Fine. There's something written on the wall. One of them came last night. I knew what it actually was because of the sign it carried. The sign of the eye. I killed it and hid it well. If more come, they will not find their friend nor its eye. So I guess it's under there? That's a very loose tile. Window sealed. Of course it is. Yeah, I'm guessing they sealed it because this room was bad news somehow. Kind of feels like there's something there, but I guess not. I guess it's just very dirty. Is eyeless, but I'm not, but not blind. Okay, can I talk to her? Will come after us. No. Yeah, that's bricks. Room 108A. Huh. Room 106A. Room 104A. I wonder why they skip numbers. Seems... I mean, maybe there's rooms on the other side of the wall. It's just, like, strange that we can't see them, but... yeah. I mean, there was this guy who we could talk to. So... like... he had the neighbor who was in the room where he felt a presence. Like... does that mean that the other person is who I'm supposed to find? Like... I don't know. Yeah, it just seems weird to skip numbers. But I guess the rooms on the other side just aren't as interesting. Maybe they're just going for, like, making it similar to an address. Like with house numbers working like that. Well, it's actually not that small. The, like, pixels, like, the resolution of the background, that's not that small of a resolution. So, like, there's King's Quest games with smaller resolutions, or with, like, smaller pixel sizes than this. As in, working with a larger canvas. But yeah, like, the difference is that in this game, like, obviously it doesn't just stick to that resolution. Like, he moves between the pixels smoothly, so. But, like, sure, there are games, like, that have a low number of pixels, but they tend to, like, have smaller images in that smaller resolution. So, like, having the full screen have this low of a number, I think that's unusual. Yeah, true, they didn't angle anything. Like, if you look at the cursor, those pixels are a lot smaller than the actual resolution. So. But I do like how they did the pixel animation of the light for the candle, because they don't do it for the other light sources that are in the background. I just prefer more traditional pixel art. But I think this level of resolution is quite popular for indie games. The, like, not even needing to draw a face on there kind of style. But, yeah. I personally use a bit of a larger resolution than that, but not huge. The web redeem. So, you see these webs all around. The last web redeem makes that web over there appear, and the spider. So, that's what that web redeem do. What that web redeem did. Did do. Words. I streamed for too long yesterday, I think. My brain is still frazzled. So, does this ring a bell? No. No, it does not. So what's the thing that guy wants? And how am I going to open that tile in the floor? Like, I haven't seen a crowbar or anything. Yeah, poor woman. Can I interest her in a pendant? Thanks for follow. Shouldn't be showing this picture around without a solid reason. Fine, I won't. Yes, of course you have to pick up all the items. I just don't know what items I'm missing. Like, anyone have a crowbar around here? I don't think they do. Should I pen to this person? Nope. Photograph? Nope. Mask? Nope. Don't see any crowbars here. Or, like, other large objects that would help me flip that tile. Can I just steal one of those bars? Nope. Wait, so this is a cell in between the guy who was feeling a presence. Wait. Was the person feeling the presence... Was that the guy in the... like... like, either the guy in the other room who's sitting at the table, who I showed the ink blot stuff to, either that person told me, but there is a door in between, so I'm getting confused. Alright, anything else on the dresser? Expensive looking. Impressive painting of a lovely maiden. Is equipped with a fitting, magnificent frame. It seems like a fairly fancy isolation room. But what would I use to deal with that thing? Yeah, exactly. I'm guessing that's what we need next. But I'm not sure it's at this establishment. Because it kind of sounds like the kind of thing they'd not be allowed to have. Hadn't really noticed the ambient sounds before, but in the isolation ward, there's some kind of, like, sound going on in the background, like a rumbling sound. Coat hanger won't work. Don't think there was anything in there. Another coat hanger. Oh, I thought I did. I must have missed something. Somewhere. Not necessarily this rope specifically, of course, but... something's obviously not right. But I don't think they have a crowbar right with the patients here. Wait, what was in this room? Right, this... yeah. Oh, the window? There's a thin piece of metal holding the window open. Yoink! Ah! Hello. There's a room hidden on the other side of the mirror. A man is striking the glass strongly with his fist. His expression is of pure hate. I don't think he can see me, but I feel that somehow he knows I'm here. Oh, I've got a piece of metal. That might work. Well, that was refreshing. Now I finally know what that sound was. Okay. So, this door. And through here. And piece of metal. Oh. There's something there, half buried in the soil under the tile. They don't have foundations. Ah, a dead crow. It's a long dead bird, just feathers and bones. Looks like more than feathers and bones, but okay. And it's holding something. It's holding something in its beak. Yep. An eyeball. A dirty and horribly deformed glass eye. There we go. So it wasn't even that far off when I said that. Oh, he's missing a leg and an eye. Hope he doesn't want one of those two back. Seems he wants the eye back. But at least it's a glass eye. Could have been worse. Just curious, how many of you have had to dissect some type of animal eye in biology class? Because I did. So, back to this street. Too squeamish? Yeah, fair enough. For me, like... I think my issue would be more the smell of it than the rest of it. So. You did dissect fish. There you go. Yeah, I think I didn't have to smell formaldehyde, but still, it wasn't, like, super fresh. So, there you go. Off he goes. I'm not sure I've ever smelled formaldehyde, actually. Yeah, like, I'm not exactly sure what dissecting an eye is supposed to teach you, other than to, like, not want to go into that profession, necessarily. Where you'd have to do stuff like that. Because I feel like I learned anatomy better from a textbook than I did from that. This must be the Crimson Nest. I've heard of such places, where people lose their minds to opium shipped from the Orient. Never thought I would set foot in one. But yeah, like, for me, like, my main issue is just smells. So. Please, wake up, dear, wake up. Please, don't do this. Don't do the not waking up. Please, wake up, dear. Fine. Yeah, I don't think I've smelled it. But from what I've heard about it, I'm glad I haven't smelled it. Like, there are plenty of smells I have heard a lot about that I'm glad I haven't smelled yet. Because, like, my nose is already sensitive enough to just, like, deal with everyday smells. Like, even just smelling stuff like a garbage truck in summer is just... well, an experience. Not one I want to have, but, you know. Door is locked. So yeah, I don't think I need to smell formaldehyde. This young couple seems to have come here together to enjoy this despicable vice. I mean, they're having fun, I guess. A man lying on his back, breathing raspy and layered with phlegm, I think is how you pronounce that, and other liquids. The smoke has eaten away at his lungs. You don't need lungs. Hello, I'm looking for a man who I believe frequents this establishment. A war veteran from the south of Africa called Skid. He's writing on a slate. Can you understand what I'm saying? He's written, can't hear. So I suppose I should communicate with him by writing on the slate. Uh-huh. Looking for Captain Skid. Don't know. He doesn't know the captain's name then. Okay. No. Haven't caught COVID. And no, haven't had that symptom because... refer to previous point. Short-haired woman smoking without worry. Musician is intoxicated with the drugged smoke that fills the air. The repeated arrangement gives me the sensation that time flows slowly. But I'm not sure how I would manage to, like, have my, like, rather advanced sense of smell suddenly go away. Because I tend to, like, be able to analyze ingredients of dishes without tasting the dishes, basically. So, yeah. Like, for example, if someone, like, used a bit more of a spice, I'll be able to tell. If they used a slightly strange spice that I didn't expect, I'll be able to tell without tasting it. So, yeah. And obviously, like, if stuff smells a bit weird, I'll notice, and in terms of food safety, that seems like a pretty good skill to have. But yeah. Yeah, presumably your stomach wouldn't like you just randomly eating an entire raw onion like an apple. For me, my eyes also wouldn't like that. So. I already tear up enough cutting an onion. I don't want to know how bad it would be if I bite an onion. An addict completely asleep. A woman looking at the roof with her eyes going white. She's muttering some ramblings. What do they mean, her eyes going white? As in her eyes turning into the back of her head? Because then she's no longer looking at the roof. Or with her eyes slowly discoloring, because that's not concerning at all. What's the matter, madam? My husband, he's unconscious. Please, dear, wake up. I'm a doctor. Please, let me see him. Not a medical doctor, but close enough. I'm so sorry. He's not breathing. He has no pulse. Your husband passed away hours ago. Whoopsies. No, no, it can't be. Madam? I'm late. This time I couldn't save him. What do you mean, this time? I discovered my husband's addiction to this hellish drug they call opium months ago. At first, I thought he was sick. I saw him grow thinner every day. Then I discovered he was visiting this place. I was very worried. I tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. The addiction was stronger than he was. At times, he was away for days. I would come here and find him passed out. The only way I could wake him was to put these smelling salts under his nose. Now it's too late. Here, take the vial. Maybe you will be in time to save another soul from this curse. I've got a feeling that smelling salts won't fix an overdose, but... Man with a lost gaze, his mouth open. Now they're completely asleep. Let's wake him up. No. Let's... Who do we wake? No. Nobody wants to be woken. Oh, I can show the picture. There. He has written something else. Object of value. What does he mean by that? I think he wants payment. Aha! I'll just give away that thing I kind of stole. Yeah. Yeah, he seems pretty dead back there. It's Captain Skid, no doubt. He's unconscious, but he still breathes. Smells some salts. Okay. Hello? What's the matter? Who let you in? Get out! My name is Wakefield. I need to talk to you. Are you Captain Skid? Her Majesty's 6th Light of Her Majesty's 6th Light Infantry. I tried to pronounce that. That title belongs to me no more. Who are you, and what do you want from me? Leave me alone with my misery. A soldier that used to serve under your command told me that I might find you here. William Conghill. Yes, I remember him. We served together. I've made many mistakes trying to forget those years of my life. Now, I'm afraid those memories will follow me to my grave. Okay. I'm looking for information about a man called Alexandre Dupre. I used to know Dupre. He was not a man, but a fiend. What do you want with someone like him? There are certain secrets that are better left undisturbed. A patient of mine has disappeared. Alexandre is the only one that may know his whereabouts. If it is true that Dupre is involved in your patient's disappearance, then I am afraid the matter is out of my reach. Yours too. Now please, leave me alone. Have you ever heard the name, Jeremiah DeWitt? Must find him. No, I have not. Found your medal. I was in a house on Paul Street, door 26. You were there, right? You think you know what you're doing, but you cannot imagine what you're getting into. I'm asking you for the last time. Leave and forget this matter. I'll not leave until I find the answers I'm seeking. Tell me what I want to know. You fool. That's... for the devil's sake, alright. If you want to ruin your life, you're free to do it. Okay. Tell me about 26 Paul Street. Inside that house I saw a machine, still operating. What was that? Machine? I do not know what you're talking about. That was just one of many places used as a base for Alexandre's activities. The only one whose location I was allowed to know. How did you meet Dupre? I was in the Veterans Hospital recovering from an illness unknown to the physicians, an ailment of the soul. Dupre managed to contact me there. He wanted to know my version of the story, what had happened to me at the Battle of Majuba Hill. What really happened there? Thank you for the follow. Sergeant Conghill told me the story, but his details were confusing. I'll never be able to forget that day. Nobody knew what really happened. Command decided we must have been ambushed. Now I know better. There was something in that fog. Something that did not like us entering its domain. A sentinel of some sort. That thing is what killed my soldiers. Ah, okay, so they were walking over fresh bodies. Do you know why he was so interested in your story? I did not know immediately, but with time I realized the truth about what happened to me was important to his activities, as was I, myself. But if you think he tricked me, you could not be more wrong. I wanted to enter the dragon's mouth. I burned with a need to know. What was Mr. Dupree doing then? You really do not know, do you? Have you ever heard of the playwright? I have never heard of that before. I do not know what that is. Cutscene? Okay. As I imagined, you know nothing. Dupree is not alone. He is but the peak of a pyramid, a vast group in which powerful people take part. Fancy dressed people, I guess, but... A society acting in secret, ruled by a single sacred law. See that no one knows. I was part of it. Dupree himself recommended me. Back to the fog. We gathered every month. What we saw, you cannot imagine. A curtain of normalcy protects the mind from something, an outer something. The fog of the veil protected us. But through the veil, we could peek into the abyss. We could know of the unspeakable shapes that writhe beyond, a black nothingness entirely full of horrors. We could never cross the threshold. What we saw was forbidden. Look at me. Forbidden. I could not bear it anymore, so I ran. I ran and I hid from them. It was too late to run or to forget. Well, you tried. Let's go back to East Hill and try to talk to Miss Conhay. Yeah. If what the captain said is true, she must have been one of them. She could know where to find them. Let's go. Unless there's something I can pick up. Table with several opium pipes on top. Some of them have been used recently. Can't say I know what an opium pipe looks like. Chinese screen with floral ornament. Okay. I mean, I didn't even know you smoked opium. Yeah, I could give him the mask, sure. This seems to be important to solve the mystery surrounding DeWitt's disappearance. I should keep it. Okay. But yeah, to be honest, I don't know much about that sort of thing. Because, well, I don't need to know. Okay. That seems perfectly normal. Waiting for the jump scare. Okay. I can't do this anymore. I don't care. I just want us to be together. You know it's too hard. I don't feel free. I know, dear. We'll figure it out. How you home so early? I knew all along. How could you? You know you never loved each other. Silence! You have no honor. And you? What do you have to say? Why, I've given you everything. You wouldn't understand. Enough! You will leave in the morning. I won't see you ever again. I'll wait for you at dawn under the old mill. You can try to recover what little honor you had. I'll be there. Okay. Still some pretty fast text speed. Okay. How did we get here? Must have fainted. What is this? Where am I? Well, that's a good sign. A matchbox. Could be useful. Swipe. A piece of furniture. There's a blanket on the bed. I'm taking a shred of this blanket. So now we're ruining the blanket. Yeah, true. We did lose the mask. But we might still be unconscious. I cannot see outside clearly. No, okay. Can't clean the window. There are marks in the dust on the floor. It looks like this chair has been moved recently. Huh. Shifting the chair revealed a small dark hole in the wall. Don't see a candle, so... Too dark to see inside. The match is too short. I can't stretch my hand in farther to see what lies beyond the hole. Just light the fabric on fire, sure. I would swear I saw a pair of feet in there. Who is there? We have met before. I cannot see you. Who are you? Do you not recognize my voice? I don't. Because, you know, I have to make them all up, so I have no clue who this person is. No, I am sorry, I do not. Do you know where this place is? It is the starting point, the first place to look. But who are you? What are you doing here? Remember this. I will not be here forever. Darkness will light your way. Stay out of the light. Then I will disappear, and you will be alone in the end. Yes, exactly. Don't you recognize my voice? Said the text line. No. Was I supposed to? But I mean, technically the text colors are kind of indicating who's talking, but I don't know who had a light grey text, and if they would reuse stuff like that. So, I don't understand. Tell me who you are. The door is shut for good, and it has no knob. No keyhole, even. Well, that's good. I hear breathing behind the wall. Even better. Can't see outside. Anything else on the bed? The blanket is now ruined. Yep. We did that. No. No change there. What am I supposed to do? I don't have the matches anymore. Hmm. No, that's still the door. I must take it with me. The blanket. Okay. Only the mattress remains. There, now I can clean the window. Where's the jump scare? The wall disappeared? Wait, I used the sheet as a curtain. But why? Oh, darkness will light. Yeah, good point. Do it? Is that you? I didn't think they would, like, mean that quite so literally, but... touché. Okay. That's a lot of blood. Almost as much as you need to cool a computer. Reference to an earlier conversation. Tell me, why are you doing this? Is it because you care about your patients? Or is it out of scientific curiosity? Is it for your pride? Because it is your professional responsibility? Or is it because it is the right thing to do? All of the above? Why are you doing this? Yeah, called it. So, this was a dream, the entire thing. That's why we lost the mask. No, do it! It's all right. Oh. The German was not written by native speakers, which I kind of feared, but it would be mein lieber Freund. So an R at the end of the second word of the German part. Like, this is grammatically incorrect. So, it's alright, my dear friend. How you feeling? Yeah, I'm just saying they didn't have a German speaker proofread the German. I'm not saying that it, like, was or was not initially, like, made by German speakers. It's just that, like, at least if it was me, I'd try to have someone proofread it who can speak the language, you know? But yes, he has a bit of an accent. But not, like, that's why it's incorrect. I don't think so. I just think he's very fake German. I feel dizzy. What happened? Why are we here? Or where are we? We're at my house. I went to East Hill to meet you and found you inside one of the cells unconscious. Your clothes stenching of opium smoke. Neat. It's grammatically incorrect just in general. Because, well, like, there are different types of German, but there are overarching, like, grammatical rules, and this German would most likely just have been High German, which is the one with the strictest rules. So, yeah. Like, this is, like, dictionary type German. So, like, if you have an example sentence in a dictionary, it would be written in that type of German. But there are lots of dialects, of course, so, yeah. Anyway, I had you brought here. You've been out for a day and a half. I think it's coming back to me. I was at one of these opium dens. I might have passed out after breathing that dense smoke. Listen, I've much to tell you. My investigation unearthed a great deal of new information. Alexandria was indeed institutionalized in East Hill, but his files were missing. I managed to track down a man who knew him. He told me a story that you would not believe, and there was this woman, a patient at the hospital. She's completely out of her mind. She attacked me. What is happening to these people, Kaufman? How is this related to Alexandre and DeWitt? I think this patient, Miss Conhay, she might know how to find Alexandre. We must go back there and talk to her, whatever it takes. I'm afraid that will not be possible. What do you mean? Frau Conhay is no longer at East Hill. She escaped last night. God almighty! Do not worry, my friend. I think I may know where she is hiding. Get ready. We must leave promptly. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Oh, there we go. I thought it was a cutscene. They are coming. They are letting him in. Now that the door has been opened, they are coming. Yeah. So it's kind of between a cutscene and, well, a segment you can interact with. Oh, that's her! From the start! Is she... Oh, that's birds flapping their wings making that sound. I was thinking she was setting the house on fire, but no. Sounds like they got in. Or not. The playwright was created thanks to the generous support of players who participated in the crowdfunding campaign. This time it didn't try and list the number of players. Statue description, so they had people write different parts. Mirror description, yeah. Yeah, I think some items had, like... It feels like some items have more of a description than they needed. If you get what I mean. Like an overly, like... Why is everything so intricately, like, described? Just, yeah. Don't know. But it's kind of fun to allow people to write the descriptions for stuff. Just feels like it's gonna be a bit difficult to, like, mesh it all together afterwards. No, we did not find the last door. We just made it to the ending of episode 1. So, menu, let's see. How many episodes do we have? Episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. Okay, so it's 4 episodes. We've got through 1. So, I guess... Continue? That might have been incorrect. Yeah, that was incorrect. Yeah. Menu. Or, fine, I could have just clicked episode 2. Continue. Will that do it? Nope. True, I did. There, episode 2. I did it! Yes, we did a lot of talking in this one. Let's skip the recap. I must forget nothing. Okay. Who are we? Huh. You've already forgotten everything. Well, too late now. I mean, we can go through the recap. I am kind of interested in the recap now. Dang it. Fine, let's look at the recap. Episode 2. Will that show the recap again? No. Fine, I'll... New game from that one. Your progress with episode 2 will be lost, yep. Devastating. My, like, one step that I took will be lost. Or, well, more than one step, but I was pacing around a bit. All that data, gone. So, previously, Wakefield and Kaufman followed the only clue they had under its location, the recipient of Anthony's disturbing letter, Alexandre Dupre. Yeah, so much progress down the drain. Wakefield visited the East Hill Asylum to gather some information on Dupre's past. Wakefield discovered that Dupre was the leader of a secret society known as the Playwright. He learned that they practiced rituals with the goal of peering through the veil, the line that separates the common world from an outer void of horrors. One of the East Hills patients turned out to be a member of the Playwright, but she escaped the asylum. Wakefield and Kaufman followed her to her hideout, a cabin in the mountains, when suddenly a big flock of birds appeared. The end! Suddenly, birds. Must forget nothing. There we go. Ah. Everything must be set. Why are we collecting a noose again? When the time comes... Oh. And I am visited again. Well, that sounds like that tunnel collapsed. Well, technically it wasn't 3 hours of gameplay, it was just some of that time I spent talking. I've been a bit talky today. So, shame on me, a streamer who talks. I still like the intro song. It's quite nice. You still count it as gameplay? Well, the thing is, when you go for how long a streamer takes to play a game and how long the average person takes to play a game, there can be some pretty vast differences. Like, if I remember right, the, like, average play time for this game is 6 hours. I don't think we're halfway through. So. For a moment, the sky was dark. We heard the calls of 1,000 birds, but another sound rose above them. A sound I cannot describe. What? What just happened in here? Where's Miss Coney? We are too late. It is ashes. A circle? Chalk, a circle drawn hastily on the floor. She thought she could prevent what she knew was about to happen, but she was wrong. Wait, but he knows something. He clearly knows something. The windows are covered with wooden planks. It looks as if she were trying to keep someone from entering. Or something from getting out. I do not know what to make of all this. I do. I don't trust the guy. He knows too much. How did you figure all of that out? Are you alright, Kaufman? There's nothing, my friend. Just a bit of a cold. Now, my friend, I think we should talk. In light of the events we have recently witnessed, the matter cannot be delayed any further. You must make an important decision. It is not yet too late to go back to our daily lives. If you do not want to continue, you must forget all about your patient, Jeremiah DeWitt. Yeah, the animation is kind of fun. You'll have to keep to yourself everything you have learned about the mystery of his disappearance and never talk about it again. But should you wish to continue this search, you will need to accept the consequences, whatever they may be. Please do not take this decision lightly. The path ahead is not without peril. You know the answer already, Kaufman. I must know what happened to DeWitt. So be it, then. As you may have already realized, this matter involving your patient transcends the limits of psychiatry as we know it. We are not dealing with the effects of trauma or the demons of the subconscious, at least not in the terms we are used to. We're dealing with something old, something dark. A sinister truth that has been buried deep for generations. This man, Alexander Dupre, and his organization, I think they seek to uncover these secrets, and I fear they might have already. Miss Conway's fate, whatever it was, must be related somehow. My knowledge of this area is simply not sufficient. We must pay a visit to an old friend, someone I never thought I would want to see again. The man who introduced me to the extended scientific field of the occult. My mentor, Professor Adam Wright. A very German name. My dearest visitor. Okay. Okay, we're in Wakeport. Let's go to the right manor. As opposed to the wrong manor. I doubt he's away this time of day. Perhaps he cannot hear us from the front. Let's try the back door. That's a fancy house. How would you hear you from the front? Oh. Mrs. Oakwood. She's the manor's housekeeper. Yes? Who is it? Good morning, Mrs. Oakwood. Do you remember me? Oh, why, Dr. Kaufman, bless my soul. It's been so long I hardly recognize you. How nice to see you again. Allow me to introduce my colleague, Dr. John Wakefield. Is the professor at home? We would like to see him. Why, yes, Doctor, of course. I'm quite forgetting myself. Let me take you to him. It is really good of you to come. He receives so few visitors these days, on account of his condition. His condition? Oh, Sam. Right, sorry. I thought you knew. The professor, he suffers from an ailment afflicting his brain. He's now entirely confined to his bed. Well. Professor Wright, you have visitors. One of them is your old friend. Look, do you recognize him? It's Johann, Professor, your old pupil. I reckon he does remember you, Johann. It's been a long time since I've seen him so excited. I will leave you two to talk to the professor. It may be difficult to keep him on one subject for too long, but oh, it does him such a world of good to speak with old friends. Should you need my assistance, I will be in the backyard. Professor? Uncle James, you're back! It is I, Professor. Johann Kaufman. Where's Father? Where has he been taken? He suffers from some kind of memory loss. Yes. I'm afraid he will not tell us much in this state. If we could stimulate his memories... Maybe then he could tell us of his research. Something to unravel the mystery of the playwright. Perhaps. We have few other options in any case. Let us try. Why don't you explore the manor? There may be some object we can use to jog the professor's memory. Meanwhile, I will try to talk to him about the time we researched together. That could also help him remember. Alright. A large wardrobe of engraved wood. That sounds very fancy and expensive. But we are in a giant mansion, so... Where he seems to live, like, on his own, except for his housekeeper. It's locked. The sign on the door reads attic. Okay. Painting of the ocean. Okay. A radiator. I don't think there's anything in here. Anything important. I see myself in the mirror. The reflection is strangely distorted. Okay. Large tub. Gilded pipe. It runs from floor to ceiling. Can't do anything with that though. Wide open. Okay. Portrait of him. A portrait of Professor Wright. His appearance was quite different back then. An imposing, inquisitive figure. Another pipe. It's locked. I mean, having the pipes not be inside the wall, but just out like that just seems very inconvenient. Like, you'd be more likely to bump into stuff. Yeah, they do seem to like their empty houses. Door is locked. Basement door, okay. There's ingredients. More ingredients. Oven. And stove. Okay. Guess I can talk to her again. May I ask you something, Mrs. Oakwood? Of course, Doctor. How did the professor become afflicted? The ailment runs in his family. Mr. Wright suffers from it, as did his father and his grandmother before him. It is truly a terrible thing. To think all these years Mr. Wright knew what would become of him. May God have pity on his poor soul. This ailment that runs in Professor Wright's family, do you know what its symptoms are? Well, I can't speak those very long words physicians use, but I can tell you what I see in him. Professor Wright hardly remembers a thing from the last 40 years. He's like a child again. With God's mercy, it has now gone so far that it torments him no longer. Okay. So, dementia? I'll leave you to your work. Thank you for your assistance. Have a good day, Dr. Wakefield. I mean, you'd be taking 1 drink per episode, so... I guess depending on what you're drinking, wouldn't be too bad. It's only every, like, 2 to 3 hours. Okay. The central statue portrays a cloaked figure holding a clay vessel. The vessel has a small hole in it, just large enough to see a metal object hidden inside. Can I take that? I want the metal object. No. Guess not. And a bunch of other statues. So, Queen. Empty hole where her face should be. A peasant woman with her face hidden by a mask. Sage has removed his mask. There's an empty hole where his face should be. A statue portrays a clergyman holding his face behind a mask. And this one is a cloaked figure, yeah. No mask on that one, though. Layer of ice covers the pool. I like the snow sounds. That's some decent snow crunching sound. Like, they didn't really overdo it with the sound effects. They managed to balance them quite well. Oh, a door that actually opens. It isn't just locked. Books. Professor Wright was an eclectic... has an eclectic collection from old adventure novels to... Why do the writers like that word so much? Treatises? Treatises? Yes. Nailed it. On the occult sciences. Some of these titles, I believe, have been forbidden by the Crown. I can turn up the sound effects, sure. But why does it keeps turning them down? Let's see. Did that have an effect? Go back outside to the snow, because that was the loudest part. Not sure if that's any louder. There. Stay. Okay. There we go, that's some loud sound effects. So I hope that's better. I thought I turned them up earlier, but... well. Either I didn't do it right, or... much butter. I like butter as well. It's very nice for baking. A globe. The surface is extraordinarily detailed. Judging by the strange shape of the continents, this must derive from a fictional work, or some prehistoric era. Is the map of Skyrim? No. Okay. Don't know what this is. Ah! Is it a puzzle? I press buttons. So I think I'm supposed to press those in the correct order. And that probably, like, moves the bookshelf aside and opens the secret door. It's locked. I can hear the racket of many birds on the other side. Well, that's good. It's not like the previous lady was surrounded by birds and then burst into flames or something. It's bright out there. Ah, front door. Makes sense. So, what's this? A strange ornament on the wall. I think I can remove it. Okay. Not sure if that did anything. There. Back around we go. A fierce lion damaged by the harsh weather of the coast. That one has its head missing, okay. And I'm guessing... yeah, I'll be able to travel to other areas later on. This one was locked. I haven't found a single thing. Locked. How have I not found anything? That just doesn't seem right. Like, we've been in this area for a bit already, and there's nothing. I mean, I found the globe that I couldn't push buttons on them, so... okay. Right, the birds. Can't see any marks on the floor. A tin soldier looks to have been painted by hand. It commemorates some military campaign that I've not heard of. Uh-huh. I thought it was a painting. It could hold some special significance to Dr. Wright. Or Professor Wright. Sorry. Professor Wright. Perhaps it will help stimulate his memories. Yes, I'm in the right place. And I was in the right place. Okay, let's show this to him. Do you recognize this, Professor Wright? Sergeant Downing was sent to the front. The man that returned was not Sergeant Downing. My dearest visitor, he will know where to look. Oh, what a time we will have. Your visitor? What do you mean, Professor? He will have seen the map. He will know the Book of Travels. Book of Travels? Yes. He'll work it out. But it must not be too easy, no. He will find the prize, I'm sure. Prize? What on earth is he talking about, Kaufman? Something concealed, something precious. In his adult state, he could have hidden away parts of his research. He was always a proud man, who would have not have easily forgotten his most groundbreaking work. A sense of its grave importance, at least, would have remained. In his confusion, perhaps he has holed it away somewhere for this dearest visitor to find. Why don't you explore the manor? Perhaps I will relate to these ramblings. Meanwhile, something will relate to whatever. I will continue my endeavors to revive his memory through conversation. Fine, I'll do all the work. So, I'll probably look for the book in the library, I guess. Because if I can find the book, that might tell me... There's a large volume here, quite worn. It is an illustrated edition of the travels of Marco Polo. Perhaps this is the Book of Travels that Professor Wright mentioned. There's a mark on one of the pages. We began our journey by crossing the unforgiving desert, always facing the setting sun. At last we arrived at the merciful sight of the great ocean. We followed the coast north in dear hope of reaching our home soon. Okay. Let's try and do that. It was not to be. I'll just take a picture already. The king of the land we traversed had declared war on the Great Khan, so we were forced to return as we had come. We never set foot in that bloody land again. We knew there was a port just a few miles to the south where we could find a boat. Our sea voyage was short, as our sailboats billowed with the powerful southern winds. We reached the most eastern cape, landed there. Our backs to the sea, we marched forth and soon reached home. Okay. Let's see. Fine, so now I can look at it. Okay. So... let's see. Yes, reaching a cake. So, crossing the unforgiving desert, facing the setting sun. At last, we arrived at the merciful sight of the great ocean. We followed the coast north dear hope of reaching our home soon. I'll just look at them on my phone because I think that's going to be easier. Let's see. So, Unforgiving Desert. Guessing that's that. You're fond of carrot cake. I've only just had carrot cake for the first time. I'm still planning on making it myself at some point. Bam. So, facing the setting sun. Arrived at the ocean. Followed the coast north. It was not to be. The king of the land we traversed had declared war. We were forced to return as we had come. Never set foot on that land again. We knew there was a port a few miles to the south where we could find a boat. Sea voyage was short. Filled with the powerful southern winds, reached the most eastern cape. So, strong southern winds. Like, that seemed to work. There. It seems I have triggered a hidden mechanism. A small compartment has opened in the globe. There's a sealed letter inside. It is simply addressed to my dearest visitor. Kaufman needs to see this before it's opened. The music changed. Well, it was because they were sailing. Also, there's a giant flake on my glasses. I will remove that so I can actually see stuff. There we go. That's better. Yay, I can see things again. Alright. Let's show him the letter. Kaufman, look! I found an envelope. It was hidden inside a globe that... a strange mechanism opened. To my dearest visitor, let us see what is inside. Exactly. This is another part of an intricate riddle, but to what purpose? To conceal something, perhaps? Or just the last acts of a confused and drowning mind? I'm increasingly of the opinion that this is some mental construct, some riddle conjured up by the professor's failing mind. He may not have even understood what he hid. Okay. Those seeking wisdom must first know their own foolishness. Reflect on yourself in the heat of passion to reveal what the cold eye of logic sees not. So... like... something about a heat source. So maybe temperature-activated ink again? A riddle? And who would that visitor be? That is unknown to me, my friend. There's only one way to answer that question. If we can find the answer to the professor's riddle, perhaps we'll be able to solve this mystery. Okay. Yes, the heat of passion. Sounds like we'll need a mirror for that. Reflect on yourself, said the riddle. And the cold eye of logic sees not. Could there be something here hidden somehow? Yeah, it did say the mirror was warped. A radiator. Okay, so we'll just have to put some coals on the fire or something. How do old Victorian radiators work? Oh. She's gone. There she is. May I ask you something, Mrs. Oakwood? Of course, Doctor. Do you know, is the Professor fond of puzzles or riddles? Indeed, yes. He's long been an enthusiast of every mind game you can imagine. In better days, he would host parties every other month. Themed soirees, he called them. Oh, those were good times. Seems long ago now. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if there is a boiler room. That was locked. She didn't react to that. Teapot. It's filled with cold water. Maybe I put it on the stove? Hey. If I want to heat the teapot on the stove, I'll need to set a fire first. The stove already has plenty of wood. Excuse me, where's our lighter? Nope. Can't ask. Are these matches right here? There's a matchbox, yep. Nice fire. Okay. The water will cool soon. Well, let's rush upstairs then. That door. And mirror. There we go. Reflect on yourself in the heat of passion to reveal knowledge that the cold eye of logic sees not. Condensation from the teapot's steam has revealed a hidden message. I'll add this clue to the letter. There. Knowing yourself, you may look upon your master, meet his imposing gaze, and seek to understand what lies beneath, thereby learn the question, if not the final answer. Okay. Yeah, true that. I guess he doesn't take a lot of baths. Or cold baths, I guess. Maybe he only ever takes cold baths. So, look upon your master, meet his gaze, seek to understand what lies beneath. As suspected, there's a small key taped to the back of the picture frame and a note. I'll add this clue to the letter. Hello, how are you doing today? The question is the world from the peak of man's tallest tower. The answer yearns up to it from the root of life and time itself. Okay, we saw the thing with the tower symbol. So, the world from the peak of man's tallest tower. The answer yearns up to it from the root of life and time. I guess I have the key to the attic. So I already set it to that. Okay. A shelf covered in old ornaments, pieces of metalwork, and pipes of strange shapes. Some kind of round mechanism. Okay. Tallest tower. The answer yearns up to it from the root of life and time itself. This one? I don't know. An unusual electrical device. I'm unfamiliar with its function. I can tell there's a piece of equipment missing. That's a fun sound. Hello, how are you doing today? Yeah, already dealt with that thing, I think. So what could be missing? Ah. Yeah, probably that. Let's go fetch the item. Well, well, well. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today? What are you streaming? Thanks for the follow. We're currently on Season 2, Episode 2 of this game. So, well, Game 2, basically. They just call them seasons for some reason. So, can I take the thing out of there now? So, the vessel has a small hole in it, just large enough to see a metal object hidden inside. Can I take it? No. Matchbox? No. How am I going to get that thing? Hope you had a good stream today. Thanks for the follow. Maybe that makes a difference. I don't know if that changed anything. I enjoyed the first game. Thought it was kind of, an open ending. So I was curious to play the second game. We just started it today, so yeah. It's interesting so far. Took me a while to get through the first episode, but yeah, now going through the second one. I'm not quite sure what they're trying to have me do. Did I do anything with the figure by turning that thing? No. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it's a fun one. I would recommend playing through it. But as I said, ending-wise, you kind of want to play the second game, most likely. Okay. I can get very close to this wall. But it's always nice to play some of the games that were a bit forgotten about. Like this one. Like, obviously it has a fan base, but I mean, it's not the most active game being played at the moment. So that's the type of forgotten I mean. Like, there's this certain uh time period where, like, games are not retro, but they're not exactly modern enough to be played anymore all that much. So, but I mean, at this point, a game is old news, like, a couple months after release, so yeah. Hmm. The snow animation is interesting. It just completely changes size, and I mean, it looks pretty good for snow. Snow is difficult to do in pixel art, I would know. I have animated snow in pixel art. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. So, I just think that's always a fun one to play. Um, the ones that are, like, in the in-between time of not quite being at the point where, like, people are coming back to them because it's been so long. So, how am I going to deal with that thing? Let's look at the clue again. Fair. Yeah, with usernames being similar, the autocomplete doesn't always work that seamlessly. I know the issue too well. Hmm. Question: is the world from the peak of man's tallest tower? The answer yearns up to it from the root of life and time itself. Hmm. Maybe there's something about a root? Or a clock? Have we seen one in here? Or maybe there was one in the library? No. Yeah, the pipe, sure. It might be relevant eventually, but at this point I don't think that's the one. There. When the four remove their masks of lies, the path to the grave will be cleared. Okay, that one's still got his mask. Still has his mask. Still has the mask. That's what's changing. So, me turning the different mechanisms changes who has their face hidden. I think. Yeah, exactly. There. Sage has removed his mask. Hiding his face. Hiding his face. Hiding. Okay. So that's part of it. Don't mind me, just running around the house. Come on, there we go. Okay. I think that's back to how it was at the start. Queen removed her mask. Sage removed the mask. Hidden. Hidden. Hmm. Fine, so maybe I need to do something else? Yeah, exactly. It feels like there's two more, but I don't know where. So. The tree? Um... There! Yeah, good one. The answer runs up to it from the very root of time itself. Should check if there's something hidden at the tree. Yeah, fine. Yeah, should have checked the trees first because of the roots. I just got distracted by the glowing metal thing. Or glinting metal thing, not actually glowing. Looks as though something has been concealed beneath the thick roots. It's probably covered in mud. Another note and a key bound together. I'll add this clue to the ladder. It is a truth our ancestors knew, and with stone silence came to unknow. The key's been engraved with the shape of a feather. I'll try the basement first, but I've got a feeling it's the bird room. Doesn't fit. Yeah, huh? This room doesn't fit. I like that this game doesn't seem to have soft locks. That's always nice. Or at least the previous one didn't. That I could find. I wonder who's feeding all these birds. Inside this cage, there's a bird with a black head and orange breast. Sign reads... Latin stuff. So, what was the clue again? Truth our ancestors knew, and with a stone silence came to unknow. Yeah, something stone, probably. This thing. Embroidered cloth covers this cage, and it is written, "If the birds fell silent, phrase trails off." Bird inside grows suddenly quiet. Okay. Through the glass I see rolling hills covered in snow. That thing is made of stone. There. A truth that our ancestors knew, and through stone silence came to unknow. Silence? No. Ah. There's a small compartment in the base of the bust. Inside this, a note. Okay. That only by entering the gnashing jaws of primal horror. Primal horror? Well, that's reassuring. So the jaws of primal horror. Black and yellow beak. I'm trying to see if there's any bird that this might refer to, but probably not. But it might be relevant later. I don't know. Yes, he is quite talkative. True. To himself. Entering the gnashing jaws of primal horror. What would those be? Anything that's similar to Jaws? I don't think she knows anything. Nope. I mean, what sort of primal horror? And what sort of item you'd have in your home would you describe as having jaws? There we go! Statue of a lion, sure. Only by entering the gnashing jaws of primal horror. There's something hidden in the lion's mouth. A lever. I think it has triggered some mechanisms. Mechanism inside the manor. There's a note in there. You will at last know the truth. Could this be the last part of the riddle? I'm thinking maybe the basement? Or this room. Or maybe it does something else. Alright, fine. Not that. So, did that change something out here? No, still just the two with their masks removed. Is there another locked room? Upstairs, maybe. No, that one. Nope. Still closed. Right. What was that on the wall? Ah, just a painting. Do I talk to him about it? My dearest visitor will find the prize, I've no doubt. Okay. Fine. So that's not it. I'll look at it again. So, only by entering the gnashing jaws of primal horror you will at last know the truth. Oh! A secret passage has opened at the end of the corridor. I almost didn't notice that one. Well. This looks like Professor Wright's archive. I should bring Kaufman here at once. Experiments. 1885. Let us see. Have a look at this. Be careful. There's a small key inside the folder. In August 1885, 1st of August 1885, results at last. After many months of tedious observation, something has finally come from the other side. I heard the sound of footsteps exploring the proximity of the stone archway. This would seem to verify my hypothesis. The absolute horror is the key we seek. 20th of September. Now they have proven themselves useful. I've installed 2 new devices in the outer tunnels. Dare not go deeper. I've not heard it again. But I know the thing must still be down there in the dark. November 12th. Containment in the underground tunnel has been breached. Blank. Gone. 15th of December. I've no choice but to abort the experiment. I can no longer be controlled. Or it can no longer be controlled. There is but one thing left to do. I will seal the tunnel and hope that the abomination remains forever entombed within. Well, let's open the tunnel, shall we? What is this supposed to be? It seems to be a log that the professor kept during one of his experiments, almost 7 years ago. It is noteworthy that one of the entries has been redacted. But what is written in there? It cannot be true. It must be some kind of hallucination. A sign of Professor Wright's illness, maybe? Perhaps. Though we should not jump to conclusions. We can conclude that the professor had another working place underground. Perhaps that key opens the basement door. There could be a route through to this underground tunnel. Meanwhile, I'll keep looking through these documents. There must be something more than that folder among this mess. Okay. Basement door it is. I mean, it seems like he wanted us to find this. So... oh well. Wrong door. This door. Not this door, though. Maybe that's her room. I don't know. Okay. It's completely dark in here. I feel a cold draft coming from the front. It's too dark. Matches. There we go. Sure that match's not gonna be blown out. There we go. That was a bit of a struggle to light that one. Oh, come on! Should have brought a better lamp with me. I've run out of matches. Well. Now what? Do I just continue on? Uh-oh. Maybe I should have done that. Nope. Found something. I've fallen through a hole. Where am I? The flow of air is stronger here. Is that a light? Can I take it? A working lantern. Now I can get out of here safely. There we go. This part of the tunnel is blocked by a cave-in. The underground tunnel is not accessible from here. I should get back. Oh right, the cave-in that he caused. On purpose. Looks like a component of some sort of machine. Maybe I can find out where to use it. Think I know where to use that thing. Nice. Yep. Is that one of those spinny things? Might be. Mechanism. Let's spin it. Okay. Walking quite slowly up here. Well, down here. But further up from the cave. If we cannot access the tunnel mentioned in Professor Wright's log, how can we find the missing parts of his research? I must talk to Kaufman about this. Yes. I was able to use the key to explore the basement. There's a large hole in the floor. One side of the hole may lead to some sort of tunnel, but it was completely covered in rocks and debris, so I could not tell for sure. Covered in debris. Sounds as if the professor succeeded in blocking the entrance to the underground area. It is unfortunate for us. I'm gonna disagree with that, considering that apparently there's something trapped down there that really shouldn't get out. I've made some progress of my own, my friend. I think this could help us delucidate the next step in our research. I have never heard or seen that word before. So for someone who keeps on saying random German phrases, his English is impressive. Have a look. Yes. Today, a meeting finally took place. You see, Mr. Wright, our organization is keenly interested in your research. We could reach an agreement to fund this project. But first, we need to know the details. I understand. The main factor is the condition of the test subject, how open he is to suggestion. As you know, only the human mind can open a physical passage to the other side. So a complete absolute darkness will be required for the experience to result. A secluded place, completely isolated. To make clear. Okay. Thanks for looking it up. Yeah, this game does teach you a lot of new words. A place that can only bring thoughts of what may be hiding in the dark. I have the perfect location in mind. In total darkness and seclusion, how could the results of the experiment be studied or confirmed? That is precisely where your organization can provide help. I've designed a special device that will allow me to listen from a safe distance, but I lack the means to manufacture it myself. That we could arrange. There's one last thing I would like to know. How would the experience be triggered? By means of a chemical compound of some kind? You mean a serum? No, not at all. That would be of no elegance whatsoever. The trigger is the mind itself, the emotion known as terror. The primal fear that still survives in the depths of our mind from the times humans were mere beasts. That which allows us to open a physical passage beyond the veil of rational thought. Primal terror is the key that we will use to open the last door. The last. They said the title. Could this organization be the playwright? It may be, my friend. If so, then we are closer to the truth than we thought. But in this room, I've been able to find only some fragments of information, discarded material. It looks as if the main bulk of the documents were moved from this room and hidden somewhere else. Basement tunnel. That seems the most reasonable conclusion. But access to that place is lost, is it not? The entrance was sealed. There's another entrance. There may be another access that we do not know about. I know about it, because it's the statues. If we could find and use the device that the professor mentions in his log, I believe we could shed some light on this matter. Okay. Yeah, missing piece. There it goes. I think it'll work now. Okay. So this is off. And this is increasing intensity. Then it goes back down again. Nope. Ah, there we go. That tuned it. The sound. Do my ears deceive me? Is that a piano melody? I must seek Kaufman at once. What's wrong with the piano? Do not to state the obvious, but it sounds as if someone is still down there playing the piano of all things. Oh, right. It was the listening device to listen to what was going on down there. But how is that even remotely possible? I do not know. But this means something important to us. It means there is another entrance to the underground tunnel. And that we must find it. But we have run out of leads. You did not find anything of use in the archive, and Professor Wright continues to mutter incoherently about childhood memories. You must hypnotize the professor, my friend. We're running out of options. This might be the only way to find the answers we seek. Alright. Look at this candle. Fix your eyes upon it. Your body's as light as a feather. Everything around you fades. You're entering a dark, endless void. I wonder where we randomly found a candle that we couldn't have found earlier. Nope. Listen to my voice. Where are you? Great number of trees surround me. The sun is setting soon. We can go north and west. Tell me again where you are? So, sun is setting soon. Go west. I'm on the beach. There's a huge rock here. Many birds circle in the sky overhead. To the north, I see the shore. To the west, there's a person. West? As soon as I approach, the figure darts between the rocks as though it were frightened of me. Okay. Go east. Right, that's back to the forest. Go elsewhere. I stand among tall trees. They stare at me silently. They found me guilty. I do not wish to stay here. Okay. So let's go west again. So let's go north. Stand beside the shore. The water wets my shoes. All around me lie the wrecks of ships. To the north, something floats in the water. To the east, I can see the edge of the forest. Okay, north. A body floats in the water. I will not look upon its face. Okay. Go south. Yeah, fine, that's back. I wasn't keeping track of which way we went last, so go east. Stand beside a waterfall. It is not water that falls, but mud and rocks from great height. They fall and fall into a bottomless abyss. Behind the waterfall, well, I guess mudfall, to the east lies a tunnel. To the west, I see the edge of forest. East. I'm in a dark tunnel. Oscar is here as well. He's upset. He yells at me. He begs me to stop. Tunnel divides into many passages. I can go north, south, and west. South first. Passage ends here, an empty cave. A big round hole in the wall. Behind it, I can hear the sea. Go back again. Go north. I'm in a large open space with a piano. Something stands next to the piano. I can't see it clearly. Its face. Tunnel stretches into the dark. Walk down the tunnel. It's a very small room. In the center lies a deep pit. The ladder goes down. It is so dark. Down there it lies, it waits. I will not continue, I must go back. Go down. I cannot. I hear it, I can hear it with me. Its breath. Dear God, I must flee. No, you must continue. It waits for me. It waits down there. I've gone down the ladder. I cannot see. It's pitch dark. I can feel its breath. It is here. It is with me. Okay. Enough. We went too far, my friend. You're right. I did not think you would react this way. You did well by stopping the trance, Kaufman. I think it would be best if we leave it for today. Let us return to the inn. Reflect tonight on what we have witnessed here. Tomorrow, let's discuss the next steps in our investigation. Okay. January 21st. Okay. Awake again. Come in. Kaufman, are you alright? Worry not, Wakefield. I'm just feeling a bit feeble. Must be all this cold and humidity. Nothing serious. I would like to know your opinion about what we heard during yesterday's session. Do you remember anything that could help us in our search? The mysterious figure? Throughout the trance, he saw an unknown figure with no visible face. The floating body in the water, the person near the rocks, the one beside the piano. Yes, indeed. But I'm afraid it is too soon to unveil the true meaning of those images. Okay, I feel like he knows more than he lets on. Like, is he part of that community? I feel like he might be. I believe that this underground tunnel has left a deep impression on Professor Wright's subconscious. I agree. The horror he experienced at the end of the session was far too intense to derive solely from his imagination. It speaks of some trauma. The seaside? The sea was a recurring theme during the hypnotic regression. Yes. It is true. Maybe the trance to this tunnel, the entrance to this tunnel is somewhere closer to the coast. Professor Wright mentioned a man that shouted at him near the entrance to the tunnel, begging him not to continue. Can't remember his name. Very good. It was Oscar. We should attempt to find him. He may know something about Professor Wright's fears. If we find this man, I'm sure we will shed some light on the mystery. Why don't you go to the village and try to find out something about Oscar? My apologies. I'm gonna stay here and recover my strength. Okay. To the town square we go. Good morning. Let me drink in peace. You a ship captain? Why, what's it to you? Does I look like a ship captain? Your hat. Because you're wearing... because of the hat you're wearing. Ah, a hat don't make a captain, Townie. You could buy a hat like this in any flea market in England. Well, he is calling me Townie, so... Because of your coarse skin, weathered by the years of salt and wind. Met any folk in Wickport yet? It's common enough around these parts. Because your hands calloused by years of knotting rope and reeling in line. Any fisherman has hands like these. Because of the 3 earrings you're wearing. You've doubled the 3 capes, is that right? Indeed I have, good hope. Leeuwin and Horn. Therefore, I hold the right to stand before kings and to pee against the wind. How is that alright? If I die in the sea, these 3 rings will pay my wake. But no, that'll not happen now. You mean you'll not set sail again? I love the sea more than anything. It is my passion, my freedom, and my life. But there are many things about him that we do not know. There are, far from the coast, in the deep dark, things we are still unprepared to behold. Believe me, those things await deep down. Have you seen any of these things? No, but... you may have heard 1 or 2 of the stories the fishermen tell about things seen out there. It is not but tales for young ones, mere superstition from men too cowardly to face the dark. Any good seaman knows that in the strong wind, a stretched rope can shake and sing. I myself have mistaken such keening for the wail of a child. But there was one time it was nothing of the sort. Then the sea howled. It was not thunder, not a strong wave clashing with my ship, no. It was like a voice. It spoke to me in a language I cannot describe, a sound muttered by a living something, a call unlike anything I'd heard before. And I understood. What did you understand? I understood that there was no more freedom for me, that the sea now had other lords, and whoever they were, I did know they wouldn't share it. And what happened then? As I navigated back to shore, I lost control of my ship in a great storm. The rocks of the cliff did the rest. I do not know where the remains of my dear Augustine ended up. With the passing of years and tides, I looked for them once, for many moons. But all I found was this bar and the bottom of an empty glass. I've never returned to the shore since. May she forgive me. Now, leave me be. Okay. You have the gratitude of me and my whiskey. All that blathering worked up a right sore thirst. Alright. I guess bartenders tend to know stuff, right? There we go. Good morning. You want to drink? Do you know a man named Oscar? You mean Father Oscar? You can find him in the church. And he's not in here. It's right outside. Okay. And I'll go there. I'll leave you to your work. Godspeed. So, church. Oh. There we go. It's the door of the Church of Wickport. Hello? It's closed. An old rotting boat rests on the shore. The name Providence is written on the side. Abandoned wooden planks. Perhaps they're here for repair of local fishing boats. Okay. Thing over here. A rusty bronze bell, typical of a seafaring vessel. It is engraved with the name Augustine. I'll just take that. Someone might be able to tell me more about it. The old ship is completely wrecked. I mean, that's a pretty fancy thing to find from a shipwreck. Okay, what's back here? No, that's just the way back. This guy will want the bell. Why, that bell is from Augustine. My Augustine. Where on earth did you find it? I found it on the beach near the shipwreck. I would never see it again. I will clean it and make it shine anew. But for a beach, our beach, why, I must go. Must go straight away. Oh, to be reunited with my poor Augustine. What will remain of her? No, no, I dare not go. But I must. Good day to you, sir. Alright. There he goes. Two fishermen. Lady dressed rather elegantly for someone who came to drink in a place like this. Old poster. Picture of inhabitants. I wonder if you know when the church will be open. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Church. Let me give you some advice. Barmaids aren't the people to ask about church opening hours. This here bar is my church. Most of the village come to see things my way too. We pray here these days. The whole village has forsaken the church. But why? The town is forsaken. No work on the coast these days, see? Few can make a living. Most of the fishers and sailors have up and left. Half the cottages lie abandoned. Those who stayed, they barely leave their homes. Except to come here, of course. But surely there must be more than just this. Many coastal towns face the same struggle, but none lie abandoned. Well, there's rumours, silly stories if you ask me, but some take them real serious. Fishers, big dependable guys, they'll tell you they've seen stuff out there on the water, apparitions, shapes among the rocks. I say it's the booze talking, but, and I should know. Who could see anything in all that mist anyway? But fishes, they're superstitious. Folk believed the tales, and one by one, they just didn't come home now. Okay. Tell me more about the captain. Does he come here often? Right. He's a regular. A sad, lonely drunk. Have you met Professor Wright? The professor? Sure. Saw him every other day as a young one. Always involved in the village. He was la-di-da, all right, but folk respected him. He was la-di-da, all right. There we go. That's how that was meant. He was la-di-da, all right, but folks respected him. He got stuck in. Didn't last, though. Shut himself away, started getting visitors from out of town. He stopped coming to the village eventually. Last I heard, he'd gone crazy. None of us know for sure. Been years since I saw him. Heathen. So... I like how the windows always slam shut when I get there. Still closed. So I'm guessing the sailor is over at the ship now? Yep, there he is. Neither the cracks in your hull nor your flaking paint, none of it matters. You are beautiful as ever, Augustine. Today we'll watch the sun set together. Good sir, can't put into words what a great service you have rendered this drunken knave. Just as you, a stranger, have brought me to my lost treasure, may the sailor's spyglass, in whatever way it can, help light the way to yours. Take it. It is a gift from the heart. Nice. So I think we might be able to use that spyglass at... Oh, we can't go back to the manor? Yeah, I can't do that. Okay. How you feeling? I'm feeling alright, my friend. Just a bit tired. I've discovered the identity of the man we seek. Oscar's the priest of Wixford Parish. The church door is closed. My dear Wakefield, what advice can I offer? The church would not remain closed all day. You must wait and do so. In the meantime, talk to the villagers. Perhaps they will reveal something useful about the professor. Okay. I'll go. His coat. Should respect his privacy. Okay. Oh, the window didn't close. Excuse me, why are you spying on me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You're not from these parts, are you? No, I'm just passing through. Are you alright? Yes. Can you do me a favour? For a long time, I've wanted to visit the tomb of my lover, but I can't leave the house due to my illness. Could you please leave these flowers there? None in this village will do the service for me. Alright. Where is that place? You could not know how grateful I am. You're a good, kind person. You can go to the graveyard right through the path here. The name you need to look for is Carter. Okay. Graveyard. Why were you spying on me? Don't put it like that. It sounds so terrible. I just watch folks passing by. I cannot leave the house, so I spend my days at the window. It's awful interesting. You learn a lot about people this way, you know? Really? What can you tell me about myself? I've only observed you for a while, but I can tell you're on an important mission, looking for someone dear. There's a worry over your shoulders, and a long way ahead of you. Well, that was remarkable. I am frankly astonished. Yeah, that she did. Let me see. What can you tell me about Father Oscar? He's a man who has lost his purpose. I see him walking aimlessly in the morning and the evening, nervous and doubtful. Well, I'm glad I figured it out. I kind of did it by accident, so... You know, happy accidents. Let me see. What can you tell me about the bar? What can you tell me about the barmaid? Eva's a woman with a strong character. I once saw her kick out a group of drunk sailors from the pub without a doubt. She's in a bad mood lately, because business is not what it used to be. She will not leave the village, though, as did the others. What can you tell me about the captain? Oh, Fred is always drunk. In the old times, when it was not sailing, he had long walks on the beach and looked happy. He likes sailing and long walks on the beach. But now, rare is the occasion. He gives a quick glance at the coast. He has lost all hope. Not anymore. Ah. I should go. Thanks for everything and have a good day. Right, the flowers I'm supposed to place in the grave. So, Carter. Rose Carter. Gerald Bailey. Farewell to those. Mary Jane Bennett. Daniel Aberton. Blank. There's no name, date, or epitaph on this gravestone. Well, that's weird. Guessing that's going to be the opening to... Is that the priest? Good morning. I'm Dr. Wakefield. You come from the town, don't you? You needn't answer. I know by your accent. Be careful around these cliffs. This is no place for tourists. It's hardly a place for anyone now. You best be on your way back. Strange things have been happening here. What do you mean? Seamen and fishermen alike swear they've heard voices rising in the rising tide. Inhuman screams, some of them say. There are some who claim to have witnessed ungodly things in the dead of night. I once saw a ghastly thing crawling out there amongst the rocks. People have heard screams coming from the sea. Bloody drunks. They say the sea howls at them, as if that was something new. That thing you saw on the rocks? Can you tell me more about it? Late night it was. Me on my boat. Fishing. That's when I get the best catch. Then I saw it. Not under the water, as the others say. It was on a rock, perched there. Like it was smelling for something. The shape of it, like nothing I ever saw before. Not walking on the earth, nor swimming in the sea. The thing was big and hunched over, or a crouching man. The way it moved, it made my flesh crawl. Whatever it was, the mist itself was its ally, hiding it from my bare eyes, and in the end, disappearing away together. I swear, should I see that horror again, I will take my most vicious harpoon and thrust it so deep within its wretched body that they will have to bury them together. So, what are you doing up here? I come here when I can to watch the show, just in case that thing comes back. The mist down there is just too thick. I can see it better from here, even if my eyes are not what they used to be. Damn it, if I could somehow regain my once sharp eyesight again, by God, I would impale that abomination for sure. Here, let's go. Here, would this help you watch the show? Why, it's old, to be sure, but this telescope has been patched up to a rare beauty. You have my thanks, stranger. I am indebted. Oh, what is that? On the cliff there? Well, blow me if it isn't the Wrights' old summer house. I thought it entirely deserted. Looks like you can get there using the old cliff path. Excuse me, did he say the Wrights' summer house? Well, yes. Never saw it myself. I was too young at the time. But everyone around here knows the story well. It was a terrible tragedy, you see. One night, there was a landslide just beneath the house. Most of the building fell sheer into the sea, leaving only yonder ruins. Many died, though. By miracle, young Master Wright was spared. You can see from here. Look, right there on the other side of the beach. Do you see it? Well, there it is, I guess. He seems to be doing just fine. And that was the right grave, I think. Rose Carter. The bells of the church. Seems the priest is calling a mass. Let's go. Oh, this place is crowded. Is that window boarded up? Yeah. It is. Good sign. Confessional. So Wickford serves a Catholic congregation. I mean, we are in the UK, so that seems out of the ordinary. Good morning. Good morning, my son. What's the matter, Father? What has happened to your parishioners? Yeah, that's the closest I'm gonna get to that word. The village has seen bleak times. Many have left and the rest have lost their faith. Every day I ring the bells, but no one answers. May God have mercy on their souls. Why do you suppose that is? I could not say. The mist that shrouds this coast and the shapes that swirl within have long been the source of hearsay. But lately, the stories people tell are not of pirates and smugglers, but something more sinister. Some say the devil himself has come to our shore. There's a rumour I dare not disregard. Are you personally acquainted with Professor Wright? Why, yes, of course. Adam is not merely a parishioner, but one of my closest friends. Since our youth, we enjoyed many scholarly, but sometimes quite fervent discussions. He being an anthropologist and myself a theologian. That is, until he fell ill. But since he is like that, I have not visited him. Okay. Must go. Wait a moment, please. I need to ask for a small favour. Please give this to Adam. No, it won't. I know it won't mean. I don't know if it will mean anything to now. There. My brain is fried, apparently. But it will bring peace to my soul if there is some token of our friendship resting by his side. Okay. Picture. Lovely. Now I can go back to the manor. Okay. Off to the cliff. Interesting. Empty wardrobe. Landscape. There's a peculiar indentation in the stone. True. Yeah, I don't think any of the stuff laying on the floor is going to be interesting. So, back we go to the manor. Unless there's something out here. Yeah, rocks. The remains of a landslide. The roots of this tree tightly grip the rocks that anchor it against the harsh winds. Makes sense. Especially if there was a landslide. That tree must have been pretty well anchored. But I guess the landslide was a while ago. Back to the manor. Manor door is the main door is closed from the inside. Okay. Fire's still burning. Door is open now. Simple wooden wardrobe, nothing of interest. Closed chest. There's a key inside. Coat stand. Yeah, just wiping stuff. A cage covered with an embroidered cloth. The end of a phrase is written on it. A visitor will call. If the birds fall silent, a visitor will call. No bird inside. Okay. Where'd that lady go? Maybe in the library? Okay, it's locked. With this key? No? Okay. Okay, one chair disappeared. It's darker in here than before. Well, the birds are not silent. She's not in here. Glad you're enjoying your newly discovered word. It's always fun when they just use random rare words in video games. Won't open. Nope. It looks the same. It was locked. Professor Wright is not here. There's an open book on the floor. The Book of Birds. It's a compilation of legends related to birds. Some of the text has been marked. The birds were traveling to meet their king when they reached a crossroads. The wretched crow tried to lead them astray and onto the path of mists. Many birds followed him and were lost forever beyond that veil. That's from the previous game. And only the wisdom of the crested hoopoe and the prudence of the red-feathered robin could lead the remaining 28 back onto the path of righteousness. Ever since, the birds have sung their praise, for without the hope and the robin, silence would have fallen forever. Okay. So, red-feathered robin and the crested hoopoe. Stressing ground slippers. So he's naked somewhere. Device is silent. Nothing out of the ordinary here. I mean, crows are pretty fancy, as birds go. But there are plenty of games where crows are portrayed as evil. Which frame? The one around the webcam or the one below? Just switch it? Alright. There we go. That one looks kind of old-fashioned, so it's fitting. Okay. So, which ones? Bundespräsident Stich für Wiederholungsverschiebung. Red feathers on his head and breast. So is this a red-feathered robin? I'm guessing it is. Yellowish-brown feathers. Hmm. No, I don't know the Latin species names for birds. I barely know the English names for them. So the crested crow. Um. Okay. Apparently it's a starling. And let's see. Can I find it? Just based on name alone. Okay, based on name, I didn't find it. Um. Hmm. According to Wikipedia, it's Fragilupus varius. So, at least that's one of them. Oh, the species name. I've got that now. That's Koopa epops. Not really sure if that's gonna help. Maybe I'll just go with the look of it. It looks to have a weird crown type thing on his head. So no. Crow. A feathered crest. Yeah, that's the one. Got it. The bird inside grows quiet. All the birds suddenly stopped their chittering. And there's the visitor. Sounds as if there's someone at the door. The door has been opened. Ah. Let's just slowly walk towards the door, shall we? Anyone around here? No changes here. No changes there. Possibly. Any change here? Nope. I haven't checked the statues yet. I should probably do that. Such a slow walker. You have to leave? Or do you mean his walking speed? Nah, fair enough. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good day. Or night. Yeah, so 3 of them. Almost got it opened. There. Oh. Well, that would be the visitor. Well. Oh god, Mr. Wright. Guess I killed him. Whoopsies. Poor man. Looks as if his heart gave out on him. His eyes, my god, they're fixed with an expression of utmost terror. Let me see, his fists are clenched. He's holding onto something. Some kind of stone figurine. He's holding it tightly, as if he was protecting it from someone. The figurine is beautifully carved, but appears to be one half of a larger artifact. That probably belongs on the fireplace. An old wardrobe. Thin layer of dust on the coat rack, but not on the coat. This is serious. I must break the news to Kaufman. And of course, the local authorities will have to be informed. Off we go, I guess. Kaufman, what is the matter? Kaufman? Do not worry, I've given him a mild sedative. Have you now? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Armitage. The innkeeper called me because he was worried about your friend. Pleased to meet you. I'm Dr. Wakefield. What are Kaufman's symptoms? Strong coughing, general feebleness, dizziness. It's too soon yet for a diagnosis. Could be a simple cold, but the sudden onset and severity of his symptoms is certainly a concern. He must be monitored for the next few hours at least. Do not worry, Dr. Wakefield. I'll remain here and take care of your friend. Okay. Doctor, this is far from my specialty, but do you think it could be something more serious? It is too soon to know. Let us wait and see how his condition develops. Kaufman is asleep. He breathes heavily and looks very pale. Well, off we go then. Town Square. Maybe I'll tell her. Maybe she's the local authority. No. Apparently not. I didn't end up giving him the picture. No? Okay. Picture of 2 young men. They could be Professor Wright and Father Oscar. Windows open. Okay. I don't think anything else has changed. Well, he's already dead, so I don't think it'll matter to him all that much. I guess it might, you know, help slow things down a bit. I can't use the fragment on it. Well, I don't think he's gonna be stinky yet. It's just that, well, gonna keep him fresh for longer. It is winter, so should help a bit, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Hmm. I need to find the second fragment. I'm just not sure where. I wonder where the lady went. She just randomly disappeared. Still can't do anything with that middle object. Hmm. Maybe I can light some more matches? No, I've run out of matches. So I can't light the fireplace or something. What am I missing? Hmm. I wonder how we would have gotten to a different room, because, like, apparently he was never really leaving his bed anymore. Some classical theatre. What has happened to him? I've seen death before, but never has a body left me so ill at ease. I'm trembling. Well, that's reassuring. Nothing changed in here. Hmm. Still snowing. Where am I going to find the other fragments? I guess I go back to the church? Talk to that guy, maybe? Is that a sound effect? Don't know. Thought I heard, like, a door close or something. Maybe not. So, town square. Nope, closed again. Still here. Not sure what I'm missing. Well, the other part, but like, where could it be? The inn again? No. Can't tell this guy. Graveyard again? Maybe the guy at the cliff has seen something? If he's still there. Oh, yeah, he is. I'll not waver my determination to destroy that thing, not while this old body of mine still endures. Hmm. I don't know what that is. Other than probably the thing I'm supposed to put on top of the fireplace. And that will probably open a secret passage of some sort. I'm clearly missing something though. Yeah, maybe. I'm just trying to figure out who, and I don't know. Nobody has wanted to talk to me. No, not this lady either. Already tried the barmaid, so that's not it. Hmm. Yes, I have tried, but the door was closed again. So it seems that it's not it. So I feel like I've tried everything. I'll just check. Let's see. Internet, help me out on this one. Okay. So... Um... Hmm. Okay. There seems to be a puzzle I missed. So, it's supposed to be at the back. No. Not the attic. This one. There. A set of framed silhouettes. Under each is an inscribed plaque. Okay. Mr. Strachan was a well-positioned man. Fell madly in love with the younger daughter of the Bartleys, so he proposed to her. Young Agnes fancied the idea of marrying an older man, but she always hid her feelings for her mother. Mrs. Bartley never did take her eyes off her daughter and watched them at all times. Okay. Mr. Bartley tried to show his support for their daughter, but his wife never paid any attention to him. Okay. Okay. So there's the daughter, there's Agnes. So Strachan fell in love with the daughter. Okay. Okay. Fine. So there. He proposed to her. Mrs. Bartley never took her eyes off the daughter. Okay. There. Like this. Okay. A compartment has opened in the wall. Well, well, well. That should deal with the statues. I totally missed that puzzle. So. So now all the statues should have taken off their mask. Uh-huh. Clay vessel is now broken. And looks like a compass. Must be broken since it doesn't point north. Yeah. The path to the grave will be cleared. So I guess I go to the grave now? Compass points to this grave. Yeah. Called it. There's the other piece. Okay. An engraved stone seems to be only the half of a larger statuette. Joined together, the two pieces form an intricately carved figurine or idol. It is ancient, without a doubt. And then we go to the summer home. And fit that thing into the gap above the fireplace. I think. There we go. Yep. Fits perfectly. It has triggered a secret mechanism. There's a passage behind the fireplace. It seems to lead into the cliff. Well, I guess that's the tunnel. This must be the entrance to the underground tunnel. Must go on. There's a note on the floor. Whatever you find down here, do not stop. We were told not to stop, so let's not. Is that a giant bat? Oh, that's a hole in the wall. Okay, that seems to be a dead end. This one, then. Some viscous substance. Could be some kind of fungus, or maybe the decomposed remains of an animal. Things have gotten quiet. There's a wide pit in the middle of the chamber. It descends deep into the dark. I think I hear the sound of the sea below. Well. So go on this way. Okay, that's where the cave caved in. Oh. These are human remains. The flesh is gone, but the bones look undisturbed. How long could they have lain here? Why on earth did Professor Wright not alert the authorities? Must press on. What possible research could have led to this? I feel like it's coming from this side. Oh. A strange metal device hanging from the ceiling. Grand piano. That was definitely a sound. So many options. Okay, not this one. Okay, another one of those devices. Small passage goes into the brick wall. It's too thin to pass through. What was over there again? Such a large maze. Why? I mean, these games rarely have mazes. At least significant ones. I think that's the right one. Ah. The drawings represent a human figure stepping through some sort of archway or door. Okay. Don't see an archway or door here. So I guess I continue looking. I think I came in through this door. No door there. What is this place? Strange machine. Doesn't seem to be working anymore. Maybe it's just unplugged. There's a note on the floor. Echo has gone. Will be back. Not the same, but somehow changed. Because that which lurks beyond or behind the door waits. No one that has crossed through can hope to escape its blessing. Let's tell Kaufman about all this. His clothes are torn to unrecognizable shreds. There's a tag with two initials. H.A. Is that the gate? There's a large archway carved in the stone wall of the cave. can't do anything with that. I feel like I'm still missing something. Is that another note? No. What was that? Part of the wall's stone seemed to have dislodged from it, leaving behind a large dark hole. Charming. Yes, found a new friend. Well, that was an interesting episode. I like where this is going. It feels less jump scare heavy, which I like. So yeah, I'm enjoying this game so far. I'm also kind of enjoying the puzzles more than the first one for some reason. Maybe I've just gotten better at solving this style, which is definitely possible. But, yeah. I'd say I'm liking the game so far. And I feel like it's building up towards something, but we'll have to find that out next week. Because that's going to be it for today. But it is definitely fun. So, looking forward to probably finishing the game next week. Let's see who we're going to raid. And in the meantime, there are my social links. You can follow me on the platforms. So, who do we raid? I think we'll head over to Kim, who's playing Silent Hill today. Because, well, never really interacted with the Silent Hill franchise. I think there's more than one game. Anyway, I'm intrigued. And yes. So we'll head over there. And I will see you guys tomorrow with more Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Bye!